It's a Tuesday, Victory Tuesday morning here in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
41 degrees right now. We are not getting out of the 40s today.
Yeah, chilly.
High of 49, cloudy. It's like that. We've gone through the 2 weeks of fun fall.
Yeah.
And now we're into actual
That
not
didn't
fun
last
fall.
long.
Yeah, but we got a huge stretch of good weather coming up. Huge.
He even
10
did
days.
He even
I
did the
know.
hands like he was on
Behind
the news.
See where I'm
in front of
pointing?
a green screen.
Out there is good weather. Nice run. 70.
It is a Victory Tuesday this morning. If you didn't stay up, your Buffalo Bills get the 23-20 win last night in the Meadowlands, their first win in New Jersey in 2 seasons.
Wow.
And we have a long time this morning to get into everything that happened in that game. It may have been one of the stupidest games in the history of the NFL.
Should you
Yeah.
call that ugly?
Just ugly all around. I mean, it had a lot. There was a lot in
Yeah.
that game.
And I mean,
Just-
almost everything you wanted in a game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Yes and no.
Well-
You think you want it until you see it all together in one game, and you're like, okay,
Like the end
no,
of
I
that
don't
first
like
half, you could not laugh.
No, it's my buddy's fault for what happened because
Oh.
he's making
Did he
fun of
jinx
the
it?
new head coach for the Jets for burning his timeouts. He goes, "What you gonna do? Throw a hammer? What
Yeah.
you gonna do?" And then they're showing the highlight package, and he's like, "Oh."
Hey, he's done it
Yeah,
4
they
times
jinxed that.
before.
And he did it. And I literally wanted to punch him in his head.
And then they thought it wasn't a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when I hear ugly win, I think, like, two teams grinded down to the ground. So, like, there was some fireworks in the air. Both offenses looked
yeah,
good.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I wouldn't call it an ugly win. The refs made it ugly, but we'll get into
Okay.
it. We got time. Because of the referee work yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
the game was like a full 45 minutes to an hour longer than it had to be. The game didn't officially end until 11:30.
Yeah, I was gassed.
What time did you go to bed?
So I made it till the field goal hit the goal post, but I was nodding out.
You know what's funny? It was such a weird game. That is one of 4 plays.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it happened twice, right?
3. So Tyler Bass doinked, and then
Man,
there was
that
a
one
doink.
he kicked was
It
horrible.
was blocked. They
Yeah,
checked the
it was
replay. It
tight,
came off a hand.
but it
All right.
Didn't look great.
didn't
No.
look great. Might have made it in.
Because I
don't
thought
know.
that kid his ass is on the line
If,
right now, right?
if the Jets kicker didn't miss 2, I think he'd be fired this morning. He might
Yeah.
still be cut. But again, we got
All
time
right,
to get in.
all right,
What I'm
all
getting
right.
at is, if you stayed up for the whole game, the game didn't end until 11:30.
Yeah.
And, as all good Bills fans, once you win a game like that, the lightning through your veins, adrenaline, you're not going to bed until after midnight. Easy.
Yeah.
Well, because you want to bitch about it a little bit after. Like, you
Well,
can't just, you got to do your own post-game show.
Well, you got to get online, right? You
I was on Twitter being
start jawing back and forth.
I was being Petty LaBelle to all the Jets fans that were trying to talk junk to me
Kimmy
throughout
doesn't
the
know
game.
who that is.
Kimmy knows.
do. I do this every time.
do.
So, if you're up right now
Yeah.
and you stayed up to watch the game, you are dragging ass this morning.
But there was that point. Like, you get to that point, Like, I was trying to stay up.
Every other person listening to the show who's a fan stayed up.
I was going to pour one more drink. And I said, I can't do 4 drinks this late.
And by the way, it's not 4 drinks, it's 8 drinks because you got a heavy hand.
Well,
You
yeah,
go
but,
to
it's Monday Night
pull-
Football, baby.
4 glasses.
Yes, you're supposed to have 8 a day.
So,
What?
I would like to propose an idea
All right,
to
what you
every
got?
employer in the greater Rochester area. Because, look, we know that the Bills are a big deal here in
sure.
Western New York, right? And if there is going to be a primetime game, which the Bills get a ton of now every season, thanks to Josh Allen, right? You're going to have employees that are going to be up after midnight watching these games that then have to come into work the next morning.
So you're going to be dragging ass.
Yes. I think it's time that workplaces offer 2 or 3 beds to anybody that wants to come into work, go
What,
to bed,
work
and wake
cots?
up. Yes, no, I'm
Well.
serious. I'm dead ass.
And
Wait, it's like an opium den?
Dead ass serious.
Well, it guarantees you're going to make it to work the next day. So there's that.
And you're going to get better sleep knowing you're there
Yeah.
than having to, get up, rush out of bed.
Yeah.
Because, I keep an air mattress here just in case.
Yeah.
When is the last time you used it, though?
It's been a long time.
I don't know if it's even
Man, I
still
wouldn't
around.
sleep on these goddamn floors,
Well, that's
even
what-
close to
That's
it.
what the air mattress is for.
No, but it ain't
Yeah.
enough.
But, last night,
Yeah.
I'm laying in bed. It's 12:30, and I was this close because, I get up at 2:30.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I should just go in. I could at least
So
sleep.
slide in, sleep here, then wake up.
You got it. It's so much better. If we had a shower here, I would totally
That's the
do
thing
that.
you would be missing, though. It's just your standard, shower, bathroom kind of experience in the morning.
But every time I sleep in non-traditional bed, even if I haven't been drinking, I wake up feeling like I had a hangover because my body hurts.
Because you're off your routine.
You're off your routine.
Your routine off. You're hard.
I wake up, I think I'm home, and I'm not. I got harsh lighting.
Where am I? Harsh
I got some
lighting.
moaning jerk with a hoodie on.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not for me.
No, like if we had actual beds here,
Yeah.
I'd be here. Like if they put out like 3 beds, like it's a
And
firehouse.
like closed off one of the offices
can't do it.
upstairs.
Why can't you?
Because you've had people sleeping on non-football days just crashing on a cot. And we've had some nappers. This
Yeah.
particular cluster of radio stations had a bunch of like day nappers around
Well,
here.
one of them's a Hall of Famer now. So.
I know.
The problem I would run into and I'd be worried about is the fact that our bathrooms are kind of like outside of our normal office space area.
Mm-hmm.
So like when we go to and from the bathroom, you have to have your key and hope that like the keypads were going to let you in.
Okay.
Because there is always a chance that you forget your key and then you're locked out and then you're screwed. You have to wait till somebody gets there to let you back in.
And then you got to like wash up here.
Well, I also keep toothpaste, toothbrush, and a deodorant.
Yeah, I'm not washing
No.
up in there, man. That's
Why
nasty.
not?
That place is nasty.
We're doing a 4-hour show, and if whatever job you have, look, I get it. If you work in like an office where you got to put on like nice clothes, maybe this is not possible for you. But if you work on like a site, if you work like trucking, doing whatever, why can't you do that? Why can't you?
We do work a job where it is not uncommon to see somebody in the clothes from the night before.
But you feel grubby. Feel nasty.
Okay, like
It's temporary.
Paddington Bear over here. Yeah, you can't sleep here and get up in that.
By the way, I'm not sleeping here. What if somebody tries touching me?
Like who?
I don't know.
Who would try?
I don't know. Maybe some weirdo tries touching me while I'm sleeping.
No one's going to touch you.
Well, you know.
I mean, I guess I can't guarantee it,
That's
but I don't
right.
know who it would be that
I
would
just sleep
want.
with one eye open, buddy.
Who wants to touch you?
You don't think I'm
Ghost.
touchable?
I mean, I guess somebody for everybody. I don't know. I don't know where to go with this. You were saying, Kimmy?
I just said ghost.
Okay, great.
Honestly, though, we know people that would be scared to stay here by themselves.
Well, because there's also
It's haunted.
There was a claim that this place is haunted. One of the on-air personalities
I don't
want to
find out.
Claims that they saw a ghost in the building.
Yeah, Jersey Weeze was just coming back for his CD collection.
Bruh. No, so we talked. We've talked over the last couple of weeks with companies now trying to retain and hire employees and having a hard time doing it, right? Because there's so many job openings. What would get you to take a job over another place? And money is obviously something.
Right.
We found out during the Great Resignation that life-work balance is one of those things. We talked the other day about childcare on site.
That would be a huge one.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I think a job that one of their benefits was we have beds you can use.
Wait. So we're going to have childcare and nappy nap time for parents? Like everybody's just taking a nap?
Okay,
Well,
like
you also have to worry that, you're the only one here sleeping. Because if you think about sharing a room like that with a coworker.
your husband does it.
Yeah.
Your husband's a firefighter. He shares rooms with
I know,
a
but that I guess
But he
that's
knows
part
that
of the
going in.
job.
That's the deal.
Like you and your CPAP machine.
Oh, my
I gotta
God.
sit next to that, and I'm not used to.
Don't you have some weird huggy pillow, too?
I also
Yeah.
have my shoulder pillow. Look, those will not be coming with me. The shoulder pillow
Are
is.
you
Yeah,
gonna sleep?
but if you don't have that, you're gonna snore probably.
Right.
Oh my God! Why? Is
I'm just saying, like you may not get
Knock
as
the
peaceful
pictures
of a
off the wall.
sleep as you think you are.
Like you got to look like a disaster taking a nap.
What are you talking about?
You ever see like when they have to
Nap
operate?
disaster.
Well, you ever see when they have to operate on like a huge like animal, and they have to, they got the tube in the elephant's
Yeah.
mouth. He's like laying out, and there's like things going in and out of its all orifices and stuff. And they got like a special mat for it. That's what you got to look like. Dumbo takes a snooze.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about sleeping at work. The game ends at 11:30 last night. You got lightning going through your veins after a win like that.
Yeah, you're jacked up.
Yeah, but if you go to bed at home, you're going to get less sleep than if you get your ass up, go to where you work, and pass out. You're going to be more relaxed, knowing when you wake up that you can't be late for work because someone's going to at least come in and be like, "Oh, hey, what's going on? You're here." I don't hate work sleeping.
Right.
I don't hate it.
I mean, I'm a guy that would sneak off at work and take naps.
Okay, see, that's the difference here. The beds are not for the day. No day. You lock them during the day, unlock them when the day's over.
So what are they for? Just overnight?
Yeah, just in case. Like if
Okay.
something goes late, if
Yeah.
something goes long. Because look, man, people's schedules are so insane.
Yeah.
Between with whatever everybody's got going on, it would give you the ability to actually maybe stay up later and spend time with your friends outside of.
Oh,
Well,
there you go.
that's the thing too. Depending on like the age range of people you work with, you could be coming in because you want to get up bright and early and
Right.
feel good, and really get the most out of your sleep. Somebody else could be stumbling in at like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
loud, drunk, just out with their buddies. turning on all the lights.
Yeah, here comes Larry the Lush banging around all night. She's right, man. People will take advantage of that
Pat,
with the
you
booze.
sleeping?
And also, how about this?
The Toki. They
Yeah,
would pass
how
out
about
immediately.
Yeah, no, they
Why
wouldn't
would
even
that
eat
They're
hurt?
there.
burning a bowl, and they want to come in here and sleep it off and eat all, and then destroy the snacks upstairs.
What snacks?
Well, the ones you got to pay for.
You idiot. It's called a vending machine. By the way, nobody's forcing you to sleep here. I love how you guys are pointing out these
No.
negative things. Fine, I just want the option.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. But everybody else wants that option too for other reasons.
But you're not going to use it, and you're not going to use it. So what's the problem?
And
I
then,
don't
you got-
like it, so no one should have it.
and then we also know guys that occasionally get kicked out of their house. They get those losers, right? Oh, I punched the wall in my socks. Now you won't talk to me. So now I'm sleeping here too. There's an array of losers that will take advantage of those cots.
Yeah, and what if
Array of
somebody
losers.
like they start to make it their room?
Oh, yeah.
You know, because they stay here.
Yeah, they
so
start
much.
hanging up
Yeah.
personal stuff.
I would absolutely do that, by the way, even if I'm just
Got a
using
race car bed
Yeah, they
there.
got one of
Race car.
race car bed. They got like one of those mood lamps.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page talking about give us a couple beds at work for a night last night. Come in, pass out, just wake up. You're right at work. This comes in from Jake. Jake says you could use them to sleep overnight. I like that idea. You could also use them to catch a quick nap when your shift is over, so you're rested when you get home to your wife and kids, and so you don't fall asleep driving home because you've been working all day. Another great call. Quick 20-minute power nap before you hop in the car and go home.
Okay, he just said something before you go home to your wife and kids.
Yeah.
Women are going to want to use these too,
Okay.
which could get kind of awkward in the workplace. You don't
Maybe
think?
you have a girls' room and a boys' room.
Yeah. Done.
All right.
Wow, that was hard.
Well-
I figured that out. What other instance are there rooms specifically?
I think women would be uncomfortable sleeping around a bunch of creeps,
Okay,
a bunch of work creeps,
fine.
because you stayed up and watched the Bills game. Now you smell like Doritos.
You went to bed at
And
like.
sadness.
I love how you're a bitch and you're yelling at me for having an out of the box idea that Jake seems to enjoy. Jake likes it.
Jake's a loser.
Maybe Jake should come in and do the radio. Come on, Jake, let's come in here and sleep together in the studio. You and me. I got a twin air mattress. We can share it. I call Big Spoon. Like, I don't know why I stress so much. And I know everybody does, right? Like
Stress?
when you're up late and
Yeah.
you know you got to be up early for work. Like that stress of, I got to get up. Like
Yeah,
you
you
got
got too much on your mind.
Yes, but no, I'm saying like my fear is I'm going to sleep through that alarm
Mm-hmm.
or I'm going to hit
Yeah.
snooze 15 times. Like last night, I made the mistake of looking at the clock before I passed out.
Yeah.
Because I like to think in my head I can go
You have
like
more time.
You can set it in your head.
and like if I don't look at the clock, I can trick myself into thinking I'm getting more sleep than I actually am.
Okay.
Does that make
All
sense? Right? And like when I saw, I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting 2 hours of sleep if I fall asleep right now. I had
And
a
then
flash to like you calling me like, where are you? Where are you right now? And I hate late guy. Hate late guy.
Late guy.
Like you'll never be late guy. You'll never be that guy, which is the worst guy at your office.
Right? We always figured back in the day, the person that was always the latest lived closest to the job.
Yeah, it's a good
You
call.
take it for granted
Yeah,
almost.
they don't slide in last
Yeah.
minute and they live 5 blocks from the joint.
No, it's a really good call. I will say this, man. Like we
Yeah.
work down in High Falls. There's a really big apartment building. If you've been to a Wings game, it's that apartment building that has the stands on top of it, right over right field.
Yeah.
We had a buddy of ours that lived there
Oh, yeah.
and worked here, and I was so freaking jealous of that guy.
Yes.
Like you're a 4-minute walk from
Yeah.
work
Yeah.
every single day. You could go home, have lunch, touch yourself, come back.
Oh, yeah. And I'm sure they did.
I think he rode his bike here a few times, and then to Tommy's point, like realized that takes too long, and then he'd end up driving less than half a mile to work.
No, it's less than a quarter
Yeah.
mile. It's not even it's literally
Yeah, you're
around
right.
the corner.
We could see
Yeah.
it.
All right. Well, I think it's a good idea, and
Okay,
I'm going to
well-
pursue this, despite the fact that you guys are dicks.
Good. All right. We got room.
Good. We got a dynamite quit being a dick kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It is a Victory Tuesday. We have to get into Tommy's picks from last night.
Yep.
I almost got one for sure.
Almost is pretty good.
Bro, he
Pretty
looked
close.
rough.
Almost is pretty good. That's the one you want to hang your hat on all of them?
Well, bro, you weren't a little scared when he got pancaked?
No,
that
I didn't.
second one. That was like, was it a back-to-back sacks?
Yeah. Well, no, there were back-to-back sacks. It wasn't that pancake which would do the flag. But look, Aaron Rodgers wasn't coming out of that game after what happened this week. He knows that everyone in America knows he got Saleh fired, their ex-head coach. You can't leave the game.
Man, how
after
does he
that.
look now?
I don't know. Did you see him? Did you see the videos of him on the bench last night?
Defeated.
Well, you said he was like staring off into space.
Oh, I'm talking even beside that.
What?
So there's a shot of him, Aaron Rodgers, sitting on the bench. The game is over. He's got his hand over his face, and there's blood on his hand in
Yeah.
the shape of an L.
Oh.
like loss.
Oh.
Like it was the most fitting
Man.
Jets picture
Man.
in the history
Yeah.
of the Jets. We will get into Tommy's picks. He's 0 for his last 10. Did he go 0 for his last 15?
Ooh.
We're going to recap this game with our good buddy from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus. Hot takes, Dan Chesty. Please keep it down, Fates.
Did catch his outfit last night.
Oh, you're going to break down his outfit
Oh,
for
I
him?
didn't see it.
He had a really nice sport coat on
Okay, yeah.
with a pocket square.
Oh.
But underneath that, he was wearing a hoodie
Yeah.
with drawstrings.
That's standard.
Does that bother you?
It's a weird look. Like, I'm trying to figure out what you're going for here.
Well, we'll figure out.
I'm athletic, but I'm going to put on a sport coat.
Depending on who that's on, though, you would think they were cool.
Yeah, because if that was on Michael Irvin,
Yeah.
you think that would
Yeah,
super
well,
cool.
he could pull that off.
What's
you
the
ain't,
difference between
You ain't
Michael
the
Ir-
Michael Irvin of Channel 13.
He might be the Michael Irvin at Channel 13. I don't know if he's got a coke problem. Not that Michael Irvin has it anymore back in the day.
He's cleaned up.
And then just after 6:45 this morning, that was the stupidest football game we've ever seen last night. And for 1,000 different reasons. Like when you start to look at everything we witnessed last night,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable that was an actual thing that they aired on television. We'll get into all of that and a whole bunch more here on a Victory Tuesday on CMF. But first, Tommy, there are things that make people better than other people.
Oh, like what? Like
Well-
a degree.
Well, I was thinking more status stuff, although you
Oh,
can
okay.
argue a degree is a status thing.
Like your wife's a doctor. That elevates her.
Well, no, I wouldn't.
society.
Well, no, I wouldn't make it. I don't think my wife's better than anybody else for being a doctor.
Oh, I think she's I would consider her my social better.
Oh, no, you're a social better, absolutely. What I'm getting at here is people buy things, go to things to appear
Sure.
better than other people. And today, one of the biggest status symbols in Rochester goes on sale.
Wow.
And it's an even better status symbol than what has had people going crazy in the past for something like this. Because for a decent penny,
Yeah.
you will be the coolest, most exclusive person at this festival this winter.
Festival.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. you want to look big money.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't want to spend big money.
No.
So here's the thing. The term big money is subjective, and this is big money.
Oh.
But what you feel you get out of it is enough where people in Rochester are climbing over each other
Really?
to be one of the select few that gets to sit inside one of these, look out, and say, yeah, you wish you were me.
So there'd be no question.
Bro.
You big money if
yeah.
you score this particular thing.
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
You're cold and wet, and I'm warm and well fed.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45 this morning. The stupidest football game that's ever been played. And the Bills get the win, and it's great, and they are number one in the AFC East, and they got a 2.5 game lead, and everything is wonderful. But what happened last night means nothing. It means absolutely nothing, and we have to throw it all away. And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Today, the big igloos for the Rock Holiday Village go on sale at 10 a.m.
Well, you mean big? There's different types of igloos?
Oh, so stay with me, my friend.
All right.
As we've talked about in the past here in the break room, there's a culture war that goes on at the Rock Holiday Village, the newest of all the festivals that Rochester does. And this festival, if you have not been, is massive. It's got to be one of the most popular, Kimmy. People love this thing.
Oh, I think so, yeah, because they've extended it over the years too, right? Like it's become a little bit longer every year.
It gets longer, and the footprint gets bigger. There's ice skating, there's bands, there's a beer
Retail
tent.
shop.
All of these things, food
Fudge.
trucks.
You can buy fudge. Different types of mustards.
Look, I know that you hate stuff like this, but they did a great job.
I know.
Yeah.
I went down there.
Great job.
I gave him my $13.
So, as part of the Rock Holiday Village, you can just go and walk around for free.
Yeah.
They also have the option to rent the plastic igloos that first showed up during COVID at
Yeah.
restaurants, right? And they have a limited amount of igloos every night for the limited time that this is going on. So when igloos go on sale, people fight.
They line up.
Yeah, to get a reservation online for these igloos. And there are two kinds of people at the Rock Holiday Village, Tom.
Yeah.
There are people without igloos,
Yeah.
and then there are better people who have igloos.
Igloo douche.
One year, my family and I got to sit in an igloo.
Ooh.
And being in that igloo made us better than everyone else.
Because you can even see out of it, right?
it's great.
Unless you're in the big one. I think that one's like, is that one closed off?
I don't know
maybe?
about the big one. I don't know about that because we had the little one.
But yeah, the little ones, you can clearly see. You're nice and warm and toasty in there and watching everybody else freeze their ass off.
And because it's totally clear throughout, you get to sit inside your igloo and watch all the non-igloo people be cold. And they can see you inside your igloo in that moment, and they know instantly you are better than them.
Okay.
They're better than them. But this is a big deal today, Tommy.
So what do they got?
This one's different. There is now, it seems, a more exclusive igloo. Because the standard size igloo reservations go on sale November 2nd. But
Right.
today, at 10 a.m., there is the Igloo Inn.
What is that?
It's a bigger igloo. A bigloo, if you will.
A bigloo.
So this is bigger than like the bigger igloos?
This is a 30 to 40 person igloo. And they have, now apparently they have multiple.
So it's a party room.
So I
basically.
knew,
Yes.
yeah, because I knew like there were like companies and businesses that would rent out like the bigger igloo, but I didn't even think it was that big.
So I am getting the impression, based on what we know, if I'm wrong, tell me,
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263, that these are kind of a new thing. They have
Okay.
multiple 30 and 40 person igloos.
So the only people that are renting that out are going to be corporations.
Not necessarily.
Who's throwing a 40-person party downtown?
I guess you could if you have friends. We don't have that many friends.
Speak for yourself. When you got an igloo, you got all the friends you need. These igloos are heated. They have a Bluetooth speaker on the inside. They are
Yeah.
fully furnished, and you can order from a menu with your own private server while you're in there. So you don't even have to
VIP.
leave the bigloo if you don't want to. Prices for these igloos today
How
at
much?
10 o'clock start at the low, low price of $560 for a few hours of igloo access.
$500 for a couple of hours?
It's either 2 or 3 hours for $560.
It's got to be corporations.
I think there's more regular people.
Yeah, I mean, because if you think, let's say, you know, a small group of you wanted to do this and invite friends. I mean, if you split it, it's actually not that bad.
I mean, actually, you would need like $20 a person, and that's before you're buying food, so it is a little steep.
And booze.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
think about how much does it cost to rent the small igloo?
I think it's like $100-something bucks.
So if you split, let's say you split the big igloo between 5 people,
Okay.
it's $100,
But
and you
but
get
you
a
also-
giant igloo with a butler.
All right, so I get
But you got to pay for the food. The food doesn't come included.
No, I know, but
Okay.
it'd be the same with a small igloo.
But it kind of loses its point.
What do you mean?
All right, I get like if your wife and you want to sit and have like a little cozy thing with a couple of drinks and maybe another set of friends, but this is just now a party house.
Okay,
It's
but-
not
Yeah,
even
but
an
don't-
igloo anymore. It's just
Question.
like it's a big room with plastic.
When you go to Jazz Fest, you know, just walk around with like the common people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't
Pat
have like a
and Lumpy and
special
those guys.
Oh.
you don't have like a special area that you go to when
I sit
you
at
go-
I sit at the patio at Tornadoes. What?
I didn't say nothing.
But I'm not sitting there with. I didn't invite 60 friends to do it.
You actually did.
Only 4 showed up. Nobody returns my calls anymore.
Bro, you.
It's kind of same thing in some
But
ways.
that's a smug event.
Well-
It's jazz. It's smug.
Yeah. But you still do it. You still enjoy that experience.
Look, if you ask why you would
What?
want to get the big igloo, what's the point? It's only corporations. If I'm better than you with a small igloo, I'm 1,000 times better
All
than
right.
you with a big igloo.
I want to meet the Jamoke that does this on that privately, no corporation.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm trying to think like somebody around here that has like is real out and about. Or,
Well, I can see Breezy.
Yeah,
That's
I was
just
gonna
Bill
say,
Breezy.
and
Okay.
she spent more on her own birthday party.
All right. I don't think
So-
Breezy could pull it off,
Oh,
Oh, I do.
and she would be the only one that could.
why?
Moose can't do it. Moose ain't got the juice.
Wait, what do you mean?
No moose juice?
What do you mean? Like, because she has more friends?
Oh, that kid's got like 1,000 friends.
So this would be perfect for somebody like Breezy.
All right, so let me ask you a question then. 252 WCMF. Today, the new big igloos that seat 30 to 40 people at the Rock Holiday Village, the reservations go on sale at 10 a.m. And they start at $560 for, I think it's 2 to 3 hour reservations. You're going to tell me if today I get my hands on a big igloo, and again, it's going to be hard to do. My wife every year lines up
Right.
to get the reservation for the small igloo, and she's only been successful 1 out of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me if I got the big igloo, you're not coming down.
Man, I'd hate every minute of it.
No. Would you come down?
wouldn't.
Yeah, I'd have to because I don't look like a jerk.
No. You'd hate every minute of it, but you want to feel like big money. You want to
Yeah.
go sit in the big igloo.
I don't want to be left out.
That's what I'm saying, you stupid bitch. You be in that igloo.
I'd rather go to Breezy's.
Breezy's igloo?
Why?
It'd be more fun.
What the hell are you talking
I
about? We're
don't
gonna
know.
have fun.
Eh.
Put some soul music on the Bluetooth. Have a couple of Diet Cokes. See what their salad menu
Maybe we
looks
get
like.
a little kettlebell action going on.
You know, it's funny.
What?
Like, Kimmy, you'd go to that big igloo if somebody got big
Oh,
igloo
what do you
access.
think?
Hell yeah, I want to see what it looks like in there.
She's
Okay.
gonna hit the booze tent.
I was trying to think last night, like, as this information was leaked. And by the way, big thanks to Molly, who gave us the information that the big igloos were going on reservation.
Molly
today.
sounds like somebody that like organizes igloos.
Molly, if you're listening, you get a big igloo. I better be invited to your big igloo.
All right.
This igloo situation
Mm-hmm.
may be the most exclusive thing that people can get access to in Rochester, where you actually feel better. Because I'm trying to think of the other
It's
things.
like a VIP room.
Exactly, but like what
At the
other
club.
what other VIP things like yell status in the greater
Yeah.
Rochester
It would
area?
have to be like country club crap.
So like an Oak Hill membership.
Well, that would be number one. I mean, it's the most exclusive joint in town.
But here's
But
the thing
this
about
is-
the
yeah,
Oak
go
Hill
ahead.
membership. I'm sorry. People can't see me at Oak Hill. Like
No.
normal ass
Right.
people aren't going to walk by and see me eating dinner at Oak Hill.
True.
So
yeah. There's no exposure.
Sure, I get the benefits of being at Oak Hill, but nobody knows. Like this, you're like on display,
Yeah.
right? There's so many people that go down to this thing. There's going to be people you know from work, your
Yeah.
neighborhood, family, friends that are going to walk by and go like, "Oh my
That'd be
god,
it.
I didn't know they had igloo money."
Look at that. Igloo money.
Like the only thing I can think of that's semi-comparable are like VIP tickets at Bill's training camp.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even that's not really impressive.
But you
man.
couldn't personally, do that yourself, right? Like usually, you know what I mean? Like you're not getting your own personal tent at Bill's camp. Like you're sharing it with a bunch of other people.
And I don't think you can buy them. Like
Yeah.
it's normally like companies that have
yeah.
them, right? Like this.
So you
might-
got to glom on to somebody else. We know guys that do that.
Well-
Like every guy we know that does that ain't got bus fare to get to St. John Fish, and all of a sudden he's trying to look at me, man. I'm eating a veggie burger.
He's got a very successful podcast. Look, I guess what I'm getting at is these igloos are the only thing in Rochester that will make you feel big
That's kinda
money,
sad,
that will make
though.
you feel exclusive, that you have fair access to, because you're not going to just walk in Oak Hill and get a membership.
No.
You can't just walk in a Bill's camp and be like, I would like VIP tickets, please. I mean, is there anything else you as a normal person can have access
No.
to that other people will see you
But
being
that
big money?
doesn't. That kind of sounds pathetic.
Says man in Shackett.
But it kind of sounds like this is the best we could do. A temporary structure wrapped in plastic makes me feel big money.
I'm
I
telling
mean,
you,
but-
don't knock it till you try it, man. I'm not someone who likes to feel pretentious, right? I don't like it. But when I was in that igloo,
Stare it out.
ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, because we don't even have like an exclusive, like really super high end restaurant. It's just like super hoity-toity.
Like you have to book months in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like you can,
Yeah.
Like we had that Morton Steakhouse, which is pretty big around the country.
Yeah,
We
but
couldn't
you
hold
could
on
just-
to
You
it.
just walk into that place
Yeah.
when it was open.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm sitting next to Kimberly from the radio. Jesus Christ.
Well,
man.
bro, but she needed that part-time job.
Yeah, I know.
Things
I
weren't
know.
going well.
Well, yeah, they threw her out because she had to put her top on.
No, but you're right. Like a place like Black and Blue, right? It's arguably the best steakhouse
Yeah,
in
but
town.
you could
go there if
but
you
you
want.
could,
Yeah.
but it's manageable.
Yeah, I can get a reservation tomorrow night
Yeah.
if I wanted to go. Like it's great food and they do a great job over
But is
there.
that like that exclusive, jacket, tie?
Exactly, and I think that makes our town great.
Yeah,
that everything
accessible.
Yeah, most everything is accessible with the exception of Oak Hill or something like that, right? But at the same time, like if you want to feel big money, I guess you have to then rely on like the car that you drive or jewelry that you wear or the clothing that you have.
Because you don't
Yeah.
really see a lot of super high-end cars around here. I mean, they really stand out.
I've seen like 5 cyber trucks
They're-
in the last month.
I have too.
I was talking like Ferrari or
Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying.
Maserati,
No, I
something like
understand.
that.
I'm just saying the Cybertruck I noticed because you.
Well, that
you look like a
Cybertruck
giant douche.
looks
Stands out.
ridiculous.
It's the douchiest of all cars.
And it's
It doesn't
all
look
over.
like it should function.
But I see it
doesn't.
constantly. But I never see it moving. It's always parked somewhere.
Well, yeah, because they're getting their work done.
Yeah.
So again,
All right.
if you are looking to get a shot at a big Igloo, now
Damn, it's today.
the regular size igloos go. The reservations are on November 2nd, so you can wait on those. But if you want the big igloo, the 30-person or 40-person igloo, today, 10 a.m. at the Rock Holiday Village website. May the luck ever be in your favor.
So how many do they have of these big ones?
I don't know.
Oh. If it's just
I bet
one,
you
man.
they can't have more than like 2.
No, they have multiple. It showed like a picture. I just I don't.
Really?
And they rent them out every night. So, I mean,
Yeah.
you got your shot.
no, because
wonder-
it's only like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right?
Wait,
I
I,
think
can't
it's
sit there on
Wednesday. I think-
Tuesday?
Yeah, I
thought
think
the
it
Rock
goes on
Village-
through the week.
I don't think it's
Because
open during
I
the week.
vaguely
Why would you
remember
cut it
going.
off?
Yeah, I vaguely
Bro, if I
remember going
got
on Wednesday.
Igloo suckers, man, every night, come on, man.
Do they have private events exclusively on like
Maybe.
Tuesdays?
Oh, probably.
You're in a shanket.
It's second night.
I do feel sorry for the person who runs these igloos because there has to be like every now and then somebody who got the time wrong.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
And you blew your
Yeah.
opportunity for your igloo, and you can't
yeah,
get that
there's
back.
no way everybody stays on schedule.
Well, it was funny when my wife got the one igloo 5 years ago, right? She just took whatever was there, so we ended up there on
Oh.
like a Wednesday night at like 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice though. You see all the dankness.
I loved it. I love that festival. I will go every year. They did
And I
such a
don't
great
get
job
it.
with it. It's so cool. They did such a
I
great
couldn't
job.
wait to get out of there. Like we're shopping in freezing cold weather. And, my wife gets
cute.
into
It's
these
quaint.
like bead stores and
Yeah.
stuff, and there's like these soap joints,
Yeah.
and I'm shivering.
Oh no!
And here's the worst part:
What's that?
we start running into people we know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then you got to stand there and talk.
The worst part.
No, then you're shivering and
I
talking.
don't have enough friends for a big igloo. Then I'm running to people I know.
Well, it's her friends, not me, and I'm just standing there like
You're
I'm
bu-
watching Spanish television.
Your Buffalo Bills, number 1 in the AFC East, 2.5 game lead as we speak.
Come on, man.
And that win last night was big. It was also the stupidest football game you've ever seen. And here's the thing, man. They don't ask how, they ask how many. You got the win. But what we got in that game last night means nothing. And this morning, we throw it all away.
All right.
And I'll explain what I mean next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.
from the 12. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. Allen squirts away from it. Throws to the end zone. And it's caught for a touchdown. Dawson Knox with the 12-yard touchdown reception.
Welcome to the season, Dawson Knox.
That was an amazing
Hey, there you are.
play.
He disappeared and then he was
Yeah,
back
I
again.
don't
So
know.
did
I kinda
Dawson
forgot
Knox
he's on the
appeared out of
team.
nowhere.
Yeah.
I thought he was like standing in your backyard or something.
They don't ask how. They ask how many. And at the end of the season, no one's going to remember the insane night that was Bills versus Jets in the Meadowlands. That being said, last night was a game that even if you were a diehard football fan, you never thought you'd see anything like it.
One for the ages, Bet.
Look, we thought going into that game, Tommy, we didn't know what to expect. Turns out, even if you expected the weirdest possible outcome, you didn't expect weird enough.
No.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how'd you like your chance of $5,000?
$5,000, Pat.
It's easy, Tommy. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to WCMF for at least an hour every day. That is your daily entry.
All right.
Then, one winner in this national contest will get $5,000.
$5,000.
So download the Odyssey app. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills get a big win last night
Oh, boy.
in MetLife Stadium, 23-20. And it's hard to even know where to begin with this game. Because, Tommy, we've been talking for the last couple of days. We didn't know what to expect from the Jets. They're playing terrible football,
Yep.
but then they fired their head coach. They're coming back from Europe with no bye, but the Bills haven't won in New Jersey in 2 years. And early on, that element of surprise on offense in New York got the best of the Bills. Kimmy, that Jets offense was moving pretty easy.
Yeah, it was like, I guess this is going to be, I didn't think that game was going to go that way, especially in the beginning. I thought it was going to be a super high scoring game.
But then the Bills came back, and they were moving the ball really well.
The Bills were moving the ball pretty well all night long.
Right.
It was just the idea that, and look, there were people flipping out, right? Bills fans are overreacting after what's been happening the last 2 weeks. The Jets were doing stuff that they did not know how to prepare for.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. In the second half, the Bills locked them down, held them to 3 points, right? But like that first half was going to be that way.
Yeah. And I don't know if people's frustration lies with the defense so much in that situation as it does when like the offense looks like they're getting going and then like comes to a screeching halt for a little while.
Yeah,
you know, I think
yeah.
that's where the frustration comes from.
But soon it became not so much about the game, Tommy, but about the refs wanting to get on national television. Because we have to start with that laundry fest. 22 combined accepted penalties for 204 yards. So many penalty yards, Tommy.
How many, Pat?
That's enough yardage for 2 full field touchdown drives. So in theory, gambling terms, there were 14 points that were taken off the board based on penalty yards.
And there were times where like the penalties were taken back. Like there were so many penalties.
No
I'm getting
penalty
them
here.
confused. Yeah. Actually, no, we take it back.
You had 2 very questionable roughing the passer calls. I'm sorry, Kim. I didn't mean
No,
to
it's
cut
okay.
you
You're
off.
fine.
You had an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty for blocking. What the hell was that about? A Jets player was flagged for inappropriate comment to the refs, which I don't think I've ever seen before. There were at least 4 instances in that game last night where they had to do the play all over again because each team had picked up a penalty at the same time on the play.
those
The amount of
offsetting.
times
Yes.
It felt like even the guys on the broadcast were waiting for an explanation. You know what I mean? I was like, is there like a break in communication between the guys calling the game and what's actually going on the field? Because they were at a loss for words sometimes.
I mean, it was funny. They kept going to their expert, the ref. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. At one point, it got so bad.
How bad was it?
The referee forgot which side of the field the camera was on and made a 30-second explanation call with his ass to America.
Oh.
Well, at least he didn't call it a basketball.
Like they did last week. Yeah, not a great back-to-back week. But football-wise, 2 players on that offense led the Bills to victory. Josh bounces back. 3 total touchdowns. Game-sealing first down. What a ballsy play call that was. Holy crap.
Is that the one where they thought he stepped over the line of scrimmage?
No, I'm talking about the one where he sealed it, where he faked pitch and he went on his own. By the way, Josh still has yet to throw an interception in 6 games.
Damn.
But the engine of that offense last night got his opportunity when we discovered late that running back James Cook would miss that game. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce you to Ray freaking Davis. Rookie running back out of Kentucky. Yes, RD. His first NFL start, 97 yards on the ground, 55 yards receiving.
And a hell of a catch.
The greatest catch you'll ever see by a running back. Did you see that?
I don't think so.
He jumped in the air, turned sideways, caught the ball when Josh was running out of bounds to his right. Ray Davis had 153 total yards last night. That is the most by a rookie so far this season.
Wow. In the league.
Yes. And if you stayed up late, you heard his story. Ray Davis was homeless as a teen. He was living in shelters. Football gave him a chance to get out into a better situation, but he passed on that so he and his siblings could stay together. He ends up being adopted by his high school teammate's mother. And last night...
Man, where's this movie?
Well, I mean, nobody knew who he was. He was a fifth-round pick? Fourth, fifth-round pick?
I'm not sure.
He had a nice career in Kentucky, but he wasn't going to be a guy who anybody expected a lot out of. And last night,
he's the man.
He gets his first opportunity, explodes. And now the Bills have another offensive weapon, which is awesome. But, I mean, Tommy, you would disagree that the offense looked like it was back on track last night?
Especially at first half, they looked really good.
And that was against one of the better defenses in the league. And then we go back to the insanity.
Well, the insanity.
The two kickers between the Bills and the Jets missed a combined 3 field goals and an extra point.
How these guys didn't want to take the pipe.
You kidding me?
Now, it was windy at that one end. They said it was gusting at almost 50.
Both sides. They missed on both sides.
But they said one side in particular, MetLife Stadium, was really bad.
So Tyler Bass, Bills kicker, when he misses that first one on that side that you're talking about. Yeah, it was. Well,
so did it get blocked?
So the extra point did not. The field goal got blocked.
All right.
Oh, I thought the extra point,
I'm sorry, you're right,
so the
you're
extra
right,
point looked like he just chunked it.
No, I'm sorry. The extra point was blocked. The field goal doinked.
Right.
Yeah.
But when he missed that field goal,
yeah.
I mean, Bills fans were coming for his head. Yeah. And Greg Zuerlein, the kicker for the Jets, in missing 2 field goals, may have saved Tyler Bass's job
for another week. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, because that guy hit it twice, right?
But like when we're talking points, right? Between the 14 points in the 200 yards and penalties, and the 10 points that were missed in the combined 3 field goals and the extra point miss, you're talking 24 potential points
off the board.
Weren't scored.
So it would have been a shootout.
Yeah, I mean, that, like he said, it had the makings of being a shootout up until halftime. And even more strange, man, the Bills were in total control with 60 seconds left going into halftime. They had the ball. They're about to score. You're going to get the ball back at halftime. So you have the opportunity to take a 17-point lead coming out of the locker room if you score on that opening.
So nothing to see anymore here. Let's just wait for the second half.
How does Aaron Rodgers connect on those Hail Marys?
I don't know.
But they showed the history of him right before he does it.
No, I remember because my buddy's like, that's not going to happen. I'm watching the game at Bill Gray's last night. My buddy comes up.
I had a bad feeling. I just had a bad feeling.
That was one of the stupidest games, front to back, you will ever watch.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is this. What we witnessed as Bills fans last night, that game doesn't matter. Throw it out.
Okay.
Nothing that you saw, with the exception of the performance of Ray Davis, which was really impressive, none of it matters because there were so many weird-ass factors between brand new offense they'd never seen before, new head coach out in New York, the win going on inside MetLife Stadium.
Things out of their control.
The referees, Kimmy, double doink. There was a double doink. There was a double doink field goal miss. How often do you get the double doink? Nothing in that game matters. And you can't take anything from that game, with the exception of Ray Davis, and move forward and go, well, this is what we're working with.
Well, at least it seems like Josh is back.
He got his confidence back.
Yeah.
That was the most surprising part of last night because,
everybody seemed to step up.
But, Josh playing in New Jersey, it's been a house of horrors.
Yeah.
House of horrors. He had thrown 5 interceptions in his last 2 games there. They hadn't won in the last 2 seasons. And he went in there completely calm, won them that game.
Look at that.
I also didn't think the Jets would go back-to-back weeks throwing an interception to end their chances.
And now, don't they have a pretty easy stretch coming up here as far as opponents?
Oh, you ready for this?
Before you get to Kansas
City?
City?
And they're at least back home.
Yep.
Yeah.
Titans, Seahawks, Dolphins, Colts.
The Dolphins.
Bills are looking at a potential 8-2 record with Kansas City coming to town.
Damn.
Hey, remember last week when you guys were ready to take the bridge?
Well, I always am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, by the way, congratulations to Sean McDermott for winning his first ever close game last night.
Is that for real?
No, you idiot. Last week you were telling me that he can't win primetime close games, both of you.
I didn't see that.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hold on. I thought we couldn't take anything away from this.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you just said we can't take anything.
What?
Now you're making a point after you just told me I can't take anything away from this game.
Now.
Did you see my smug drink of water? That should have been the end of the sentence conversation. Should have been done. I just find it strange. No, I agree with you. I don't think you take anything from that game last night. I just do find it strange. Like, everyone's killing McDermott last week. You can't
I don't
win a
hate
close game.
McDermott.
I know you don't. But Bills fans,
It did. I mean, listen, it did look easy last night.
they won it, and they won it in the way that they should win it. They ate a bunch of
did.
clock on that last drive, and their defense stepped up. What do you?
Yeah.
Most
Can we make it look easier though?
what is it? 70% of NFL games are within one possession where a team is driving to try and win the game. 70% of NFL games.
All right.
Okay.
I'm just saying. That's
Yeah.
how it's supposed to be.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask?
But if there was time left on the clock, I would not have trusted McDermott to handle that.
Okay, but there wasn't.
Yeah.
So they won.
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna crap on
Look
McDermott?
at the end of the first half.
You gave up a Hail Mary.
Yeah. You left the Jets with enough time to do that.
They called timeout.
He just seems to like run out of options at the end of these
Yes.
these halves. Like they don't have any timeouts, clock
When they
management.
called a timeout early in that second half, I was like,
why
what
would
are
you
we
burn a
doing here?
timeout that early?
Because his helmet speaker wasn't working. That's why. It wasn't their fault.
Well, just shake it.
I love.
Hit it a couple times.
You have that
Blow
game last
on
night.
it.
You have that game last night. They outcoached the Jets. They played phenomenal.
Good
They held
game.
them to 3 points in the second half, under 200 yards of offense.
You outcoached a Jets team who had a brand new coach.
Yes, you didn't.
Who isn't even an offensive guy.
You didn't know what was coming, and
Yeah.
you stopped it. I'll say this, and I
Okay.
mark my words. Write this down.
All right.
Write it down. You
I'm
ready?
I'm writing
You
it down mentally.
The Jets offense you saw last night will be the best they play for the rest of the season.
So that's what you want me to write down?
Yeah.
Because I just wrote down before that I can't take anything away from this victory last
Mm.
night. So which one do I two
You can take
post-it
that.
notes
You can take
in my
that.
head?
You can take it. Look, your forehead's big enough for like 10 of them, so we can just keep sticking post-it notes up there if you want as we talk about this win last night.
It was very entertaining. I'll give you that, man.
Except for the flags. Like, that's
I
what
don't know.
sucks.
Yeah,
the
that-
momentum was just like,
I know.
Yeah.
It was herky-jerky,
yeah.
much like insert anything you'd like.
Okay. Oh, wait, I know who is.
It was extremely herky. It was a rough, herky-jerky experience.
You know what they say, Kimmy? Insert anything you like mother, like son. Can I ask a serious question
Yeah,
about
let's
last
get
night?
serious.
Sure.
Yeah.
Was Aaron Rodgers high during the game?
I think he's just a weirdo, man.
He seems like a guy who is regretting sticking around for another
Oh,
year.
that's obvious.
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like, just the look on his face, like, oh, why did I do this?
I'll tell you what he looks like. He looks like the loneliest guy at a dive bar. Like, you just
That's a
take
great
his
call.
face,
That's a great
put
call.
a cold beer in it, and put him at the end of the bar by himself at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what he looks
I
like.
don't think Aaron Rodgers feels loneliness.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think he feels normal people emotions. Like, do you think that Aaron Rodgers is a lonely guy? Because I
Yes.
think he likes the isolation.
Well,
He does go on those isolation
Yeah.
retreats.
yeah.
Like, okay, I'm not a doctor, obviously, right? But like, you and I know some guys that took some drugs back in the day,
Oh, yeah.
and their personalities are different now than when we
Yeah.
first knew them. And every time something would go a little bit wrong, Aaron Rodgers, it wasn't a look of despair; it was a look of like loss.
Yeah.
Confusion.
And there were a couple of times where he just looked up in the sky after a play for an uncomfortable amount of time. And outside of the Hail Mary, because, like, look, the Jets were moving the ball,
Yeah.
right? He was not showing any positive emotions if you read his facial expression. You'd have thought they were down 20 that whole game. Did that dude burn his brain out?
Well, he also doesn't talk to anybody on the team, I thought. I thought he only talks to the people that he came over with, but he doesn't have much of a relationship outside of that on the team.
Well, they did say you have to earn Aaron Rodgers' trust.
Well, and doesn't
But
he?
you don't see anybody coming next to him, like, at all on the
Yeah.
sideline.
No, that's a good call. You're right.
At any point, even when he does something well, he's just sitting there by himself.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought he did. He does do like weird drugs and stuff when he goes on
Yeah,
those
Probably
Like
retreats.
mushrooms.
Yeah.
No, but there was
Like
like stuff
experimental stuff.
There's stuff I never heard. I don't know,
Yeah.
man. Like I know a couple of buddies that like may have messed themselves up long term.
Sure.
And the facial expressions he
All right.
had kind of looked familiar.
Okay.
Oh no, that guy's your quarterback.
So this has got to be his last season, right?
I would think so. And if that's the case, if you don't win the Super Bowl as the Jets,
And you
now
ain't.
2.5 games back in the AFC East, yeah, that's whoops.
And I think they've got a tough schedule coming up, they said, right?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We see the Jets one more time in Orchard Park, last game of the season.
Wait, that's the last
Yep.
game?
I'll ask you this: Is
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers starting that game?
Oh. Yeah, he could be done.
That could be his last ever NFL
Well,
game.
if he keeps getting like those 2 sacks he took last night, he looked miserable.
And it wasn't just the sacks. I mean, he was taking beatings even outside of the sack plays.
Why am I blanking? Who's their backup?
Tyrod Taylor.
I mean, he's missing a lung.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was worried when Aaron Rodgers was slow to get up a couple of times.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wanted no part of
No,
Tyrod Taylor
I
last
don't
night, man.
either,
I don't need a mobile quarterback in a new offense that you don't know what's going on here. All right, Tommy made his picks. He's 0 for his last 10. Could we get it?
Well, who saw this game coming? Crazy ass game.
That's what I tried to warn you about yesterday. Hey, run your mouth, man.
You didn't mention any of this stuff.
Yeah, I did. I mentioned that they were going to have the element of surprise with the new offense. I didn't know the refs were going to throw 22
Well, that's
flags.
what I'm talking about. I got screwed with those flags.
We got a Muley postgame excuse Monday. That's coming up Tuesday, just after 7:45. And our good buddy from 13 Wham, Hot Takes, Chesty, please keep it quiet.
He
Dan
had to have
Fates.
a late night last night.
Yeah, he did. He's
Thought
probably
he was in New York.
Well, yeah, he might be in like a nightclub this morning trying to talk to us.
He don't look like a guy who goes to a nightclub.
He's got the pecs for it.
Yeah, but the outfit ain't working for him. You can't wear a hoodie to the club unless you're on the team.
We'll get to him just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy has a theory.
I have a theory?
You have a theory. Because if your wife asks you to tidy up around the house, take care of something, right? She has an expectation of what that is. And if you ask me to do something, I'm going to do it to my expectation.
Right. There's 2 different styles.
What are the styles, Tommy?
There's the male style or the husband style. The house is in shipshape. And what your wife thinks the house is organized and ready to go. It's different style.
Man ready versus female ready.
Yeah.
We do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's that old saying, Tommy.
What do they say?
Men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
Oh, yeah.
We expect different things from each other. And Tommy believes he's found the most glaring example.
Yeah.
Because according to you would finish what needed to be done. But your way was man ready. It was not quite wife ready.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We will jump right into it. This story's strange for a couple of reasons to me, right? Because you're a guy who doesn't mind cleaning.
No, I mean, I get after it.
So what happened?
So I did some straightening up the other day.
Okay.
Took the initiative. Wife was out running around doing stuff. You know what? Spiffed the place out.
Wow, what a dream husband he is.
Thing was shining.
Mystery Day.
Shining like a dime, baby.
Shining like a dime. Okay.
I got it ready.
All right, so you're all good. What's
Looking
the problem?
good.
What's the problem?
So thought I did a good job, right?
Yeah.
But then when my wife comes home, she starts doing some stuff. I go, hey, whoa, 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 whoa.
Like
I
moving
just,
stuff around.
I just did that.
Yeah.
No, but that's not right. Not here. Gotta move it over here. I want this over there. And like I realized like there is a complete difference to when I think the house looks good
Okay.
and when my wife thinks the house looks good. And it's a difference, and it's a stark difference. And I didn't think about it till I literally looked at it.
Okay, but you live in the same house. Like you
Same
say,
house.
she likes it.
Yeah.
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 Right.
I thought I got it done.
Okay.
Looking good.
But you didn't get it done.
no, not at all.
So you had it man ready,
Man ready.
but she wanted it.
Wife ready.
So I think you're 100% right with what you've stumbled upon here. Because, I mean, you're the cleanest,
Yeah, I was just going to
OCDest
say,
guy.
I mean, you are pretty particular about things.
Right.
You have all the time in the world to take care of all the tiny details, which you do. I would have thought if there was one man who believed his ready
Yeah.
was the same as his wife's ready.
I would almost think your ready is even more detailed than your wife's ready, just based on how you
It's
are.
different details. My details aren't her details.
Okay.
But, like, credit to you. If even you, Tommy Muley, can't have the house wife ready, maybe it's not about wife ready at all.
What is it?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Can you handle your wife's house ready? And ladies, if you're listening, where does this idea of perfection you need to accomplish come from? Because, Tommy, it sure as hell seems like no matter what men do
Yes.
to get that house nice and ready and
Yeah.
clean, you ladies are never satisfied when we're all finished up.
No, because you come in, you start moving stuff around and placing stuff over here, moving this over there, and I'm like, that don't work.
Right?
Like it's not functional.
Thank you.
And I think it's function over coziness.
Oh. Is that what it is?
I think.
So you want function, they want coziness.
I want clean function. This should be here. This is how easy I want to get to. I don't like it like that. I don't want that there.
Okay.
Can you put that away, please?
So
Or
this-
can you please go get that back out? Like the amount of stuff I had to go get.
Kimmy, do you do this to your husband?
Yeah, I mean, my husband and I have very, very different definitions of clean.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he's a drop it guy.
So I have to do the dishes again after he's done the dishes.
No, you don't, because he's already done the dishes.
No.
No.
When you grab the dish to put it back, it will slip out of your hand because there's still soap on it.
Okay. Well, it's gonna. I mean, it means it's clean.
Yeah, but I don't want to eat soap, so that
Put that on a
requires
t-shirt.
second
I don't eat
wash.
soap.
Also,
Not anymore.
when he puts his things away, because my husband just has this unlimited amount of laundry where there are stacks of laundry everywhere in different
Well, he's a big
rooms.
sweaty man.
When
Yeah,
he
he
puts
is.
that stuff away, it ends up in just one central location in the living room in a pile,
Okay.
which is not where the laundry goes.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I understand it's
God
clean.
forbid all those people you have that
I
come over
understand
see
it's
that.
clean, but I don't want to be tripping over your laundry basket, man.
Okay. So here's the thing. This is a very important discussion to have right now as we are on the cusp of the start of guest season.
Yes.
Thanksgiving and Christmas.
And decorating is in full bloom.
Bingo, bango, boingo. You need to know what is and isn't acceptable for a clean house according to your partner. And there is one culprit. I'm sorry, Kimmy, before I get into my tangent, you go ahead. No, you say
No,
what
I
you
was
want
going
to
to say, I think there's one thing you need to ask yourself that will let you know if you clean the house up to your partner's standards. Have you ever dusted the baseboards?
Why do I have to dust the baseboards?
Then it's not.
Shut up. Okay, well, you got awfully quiet all of a sudden. What happened to Team Man? What happened to Team Man?
So, in in my particular house, it's not about what I cleaned. It's how it looks when we're done.
It's organizing.
I get what you're saying.
Yours
I
is
think-
more placement.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, I've cleaned baseboards and do all that stuff. That's not the issue. It's more the issue of how I clean and how the whole room looks when I'm done. Because I will start like a clock and I will clean everything and put it in its place, but I will also get rid of things and put things away that I don't see necessary to be out. And my wife will go, "Why did you put that away? That doesn't look very nice." It does. I guess when I get done, it looks bleak.
I get what you're saying.
It looks stark, and it doesn't look homey.
And I guess the point that I'm making here is whether it's not clean enough, whether things are not in the right place,
Right.
whether it's not cozy enough, they're just not going to be happy.
No.
They're going to find something to be like, well, you did it, but you didn't do it. You didn't, like, do it.
Because I'll get this looks great.
But
Thank you, but.
so there is one culprit as we talk about 252 WCMF 252-9263, wife house ready versus man house ready. Tommy, the cleanest person I know, goes through his wife's house, cleans the place up while she's gone. Very sweet gesture on your part.
And I'll do the grunt work. I'll do the dumpers, the shower, the sinks.
Man,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
I'm
Pretty
a scrubber,
impressive.
man. I get in a scrub.
I can tell by the way you scrubbed it there. Look at him go.
Look at that thumb.
Stop that. There's one culprit
What?
that has led to this idea that nothing is ever good enough for our wives and girlfriends.
What's that?
Social media.
Oh, what they see out there?
The stay-at-home mom influencers that put out
Yeah.
videos on what they do to their homes. And every nook and cranny, and every corner they scrub to make it look brand new. And the organizational stuff that they have, that they buy on Amazon and put in their fridge and their cupboards is borderline insane. And all of the decorations that you brought up and all the things that make it look cozy, you got to have all that stuff there. It's not healthy, man.
And by the way, all those women are rich.
Thank you.
They're all rich,
Thank you.
stay-at-home wives.
Thank you. None of what you're seeing on Instagram,
Full
or
makeup
TikTok,
and jewelry, and you're cleaning.
Thank you. It's not real.
You're gonna get dragged to your death when you get around the garbage disposal. All that jewelry.
Nobody lives like that on a daily
No.
basis, especially
It's jive.
if you have kids. So I guess the question is this, and I ask you, Kimmy, who's wearing a hoodie and a puffer jacket.
It is freezing in here.
We can turn up the heat.
No, I have like a weird draft coming in over here.
I'm sorry, the room is man ready, not Kimmy ready.
No,
Why
this
do we-
room is not ready.
Why do we keep doing this fake house thing to one another?
Well, to be honest, like I just feel better when it's clean and organized.
that
It
excuse.
does.
I hate it. I
like
hate
if
it.
if
I
I
hate
wake
it.
up to a messy house, it bothers me.
I'm the same way.
Look at you.
Like when I get home and if I change clothes, everything gets hung up. Everything gets separated. If it's going in a hamper, whatever, I'm changing clothes.
Why do you live that way?
Like even like the stuff I wear out in the yard, like just gross, grimy stuff, it's all organized in the basement.
Okay.
Like I don't want to
You're a
have to
slave.
move stuff off the table to sit down and eat.
Right, thank
Why?
you.
Why?
This is
Because
we bought
It
this
just
to
collects
be
stuff.
a table, not a catch-all. It's not a desk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Preach.
I'm sorry. Did Mike Muley just walk in the room? What happened there? Where is this? We
well, he
bought-
did none of it.
God, I don't understand this whole. Because here's the thing: if you put it away, I don't know where it is now. Because my wife.
Now,
Like
now,
No,
now you're
no.
turning
Yes.
into a wife.
No, I'm not. No.
Why did you put that away? I know where things are.
Yes!
There has
Leave
been
that out.
there has been a screwdriver sitting on our dining room table for months, and I've just left it there because I'm wondering when it's ever going to make its way back into the toolbox.
Why does it have to go back in the toolbox?
Because that's why you have a
Because
toolbox.
that's where. Because I know. Here's the
Oh,
thing.
what happened? We were home
Yes,
team, man. What
there's
happened?
there's a home for the screwdriver, and then when you go looking for the screwdriver and it's not in its home, there's a reason why you can't find
No,
it.
I could
'Cause
find it
it's
if you
sitting
didn't put
on
it
the dining room table
somewhere else.
from
It's
the
on the
last
table.
time you used it 8 months
I
ago.
hate you so much right now. I hate you.
Screwdriver
So,
should not be where you eat.
So like I was missing a hammer, and I go to the garage. I needed this hammer for something. I can't find it.
Mm-hmm.
So I go, "Have you seen the hammer?" She goes, "I haven't seen it." I go, "Well, it's only one of us. Got to know where this hammer went off to." Well, it turns out she used it like a month ago down in the basement.
Okay.
So I finally find it hiding like a hostage in the corner of the basement. Like Al Qaeda got a hold of it. It's shivering in the corner. But I finally found it was driving me nuts. And then to her point, she goes, "You have 3 hammers. What's the difference if you're missing a hammer?"
Great question.
My insanity is
Okay.
I just knew it was missing and I want it back.
Okay, no, but you just
I know
proved my
I
point.
had multiple hammer choices, but it was bothering me that I couldn't find that one hammer.
Yeah, that's a psycho nut job.
I know.
That is a psycho nut
Like,
job.
I
feel
have
you and
holders
your
for all the
wife are
screwdrivers.
Opposite, because she takes stuff out that you put away.
What's that?
I feel like you and your wife have the opposite thing
Yes.
going on because she's taking out stuff that you put away.
Yeah. Like, I can't wait for the Christmas decorations to come down. That can't happen fast enough.
Our Christmas tree is still up from last year.
That would drive me nuts. Like,
Do you even see it anymore?
No, it's become a joke. Like we always get made fun of every year for waiting
Yeah.
too long. So I was like, "F it, I'm going to leave it up the whole time." And my wife hates it. Although my Basset Hound uses it to scratch his ass, so I think he likes it. He gets up underneath.
don't want to
it.
smell that tree.
It's the top of his ass, not the smelly part of his ass. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about husband clean versus wife clean, husband ready versus wife ready. No matter what you do to the house, if it's clean, spick and span. Well, I got something over here you didn't do. If everything is organized the way that she wanted, well, no, actually, it's not as cozy. I don't like it.
Because, like, I put away all the memories, too. And I know that drives her nuts.
What do you mean by memories?
Like, I just put things, well, I want that out. You know, the kid's got that. There's a picture of so-and-so, and I move
Wait,
things
you're
around.
putting away her decoration.
Not put away, but move out of sight.
Go
It's still
ahead,
in the
Jim.
house.
Putting away pictures of your stepkids.
No, every extended family and stuff. Like, extended family, I push over here in the corner.
So
You're
You are-
redecorating. You're not
Not-
cleaning and organizing. You are redecorating your wife's
It's more of a
house.
shift. I wouldn't call it, it's just shifting. We're shifting a little bit. We're not
defend your
redecorating.
I don't
Defend
know.
your
I
boy.
don't
Go
even
ahead.
know what level of clean this makes you.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Bill writes us, I am more specific about how the house is clean than my wife is. I need everything to be in place, nothing out on the floor, everything
Yes.
swept and mopped. I do most of the work because she never does it the right way.
Oh, that I wouldn't say out loud.
You kind of have been saying
No,
it.
it's
No,
No,
Hammer
no.
didn't go back. Pictures are unnecessary.
Memories. Put away your memories.
I do wonder if like the more clean person in the relationship stems from jobs you've worked in the past, though, because it's so like ingrained in your head to put things in certain places, and things had to be like a certain level of clean by the end of the night. Where like, I wonder if that has something to do with how you clean your own home.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's a myriad of things. It could be a job. You went to military school. That's why
Yeah.
you're so OCD.
I also worked in a grocery store where everything has to be stacked,
could be that.
rotated,
Yeah, checked,
labels
yeah.
faced out, and I do that in the house. Like, every label faces out. Everything gets rotated.
Yeah, I don't even need to speak anymore to prove my point. You're proving it for me.
The cupboards, I want everything. I don't want anything pushed in. I don't want anything just packed in. I want to be able to see where everything is, what I need, what we don't. We don't. I'm very good at this.
Wow, good for you. That's great. Way to be awesome at something that
But like,
doesn't matter.
not only do you get this little sex machine over here, you also get a dynamite organizer. Come on.
There's one thing I'm sure she's fine with you putting away. Your penis. Look, man. Why? Like you
No
just
further comment.
you just make your life harder. And you put stress on yourself doing
Yeah, but
what
don't
you're
you think?
doing.
But I think you'd be doing that anyways,
What do you
whether or not you were with somebody. You know what I mean? Like he would still be the same level of OCD about his house.
I understand, but here's the thing: like, if you're living on your own, you can do whatever you want. There's no friction. You get it done,
Yeah.
and everything's fine. I'm saying, like, when you are with somebody, right? The idea of perfection is unattainable
It
because
is.
their perfection is different than
You're just
your
chasing your
perfection.
tail.
Yeah. So, like, if the choices are taking so much time that I lose my entire weekend because my wife wants to take the entire closet and dressers out and reorganize them, and that's going to take 5 hours, or leave it a little bit messy, I want the second one. Because I know where my stuff is in there. And nobody's going in our closet.
You kind of know. You kind of know.
Who's going in your closet?
But when you do take it out and organize it, doesn't it make life easier?
No, because I know where my things are.
Yeah,
My
but
wife,
now you really do. Now they're color coordinated.
once every 3 months, my wife will go through a full like room reorganization.
Yeah.
So we do that seasonally.
Okay.
Where
Yeah,
my
it's
wife
about, so
will-
it's about seasonal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once every 3 months.
Yeah.
And I lose everything. I will lose pants for months.
Man, where do you sit? Carefully.
Let's take a break. I mean, there's a lot of things you got to keep organized. Tom.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like all your clothes. Let's say you had like a Halloween costume collection. Like remember when Kimmy everything's got to be clean. Remember when you had your smelly bag of corsets?
Wasn't mine. Just
Yeah,
ended
the
up in
fact
my
that you had
closet.
other people's corsets.
I don't
sorry,
know
you're
how
right.
I ended up with it.
I'm sorry, you had your friend's smelly corsets in a garbage bag in your closet. Tommy, you do not believe that adults should dress up for Halloween.
No. Unless you have like little ones, you're doing something for the kids.
Okay. Story on News 8 last night.
Oh, God.
Took a visit to the most popular Halloween or just costume store, period, in the greater Rochester area. And if you've ever been to this place, you understand that the options are literally endless. We know what the average adult is spending on a Halloween costume this year.
Yeah.
But if you are an adult that's going to dress up, as sad as Tommy may think it is, you have to admit,
What's that?
if you do it, you got to go high end.
All right. Go all out.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Look, man, I know how you feel about this.
What do you mean?
All right, and it's an inappropriate take because you're just trying to steal joy from people on one of the few holidays you get to be something that you're not. It's okay. But look, if you're going to do this as a grown-up,
What are you thinking?
you have to go all in.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How about $5,000?
That'll get you going.
We're going to give it to you, and it's easy. You just download the free Odyssey app, you log on, listen to WCMF for a minimum of 1 hour each day.
Okay.
I mean, you should listen for
all day.
Yeah, come on now. That is your daily entry, and one daily winner in this national contest will win $5,000.
$5,000, Kimmy.
Per day. In this contest. So, download the Odyssey app, catch WCMF for at least an hour a day. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF just after 7:45. It is a special post-game Tuesday.
Man, what a shaft.
What are you talking about? The
I
Bills
got the
won.
shaft.
That's what we wanted. The
But I
Bills
got shafted.
won. Oh, no, it's all about you? You're
Yes.
that guy. What are you?
Well, this particular segment is.
What are you, Andre Reed? Yeah, we won, but I didn't get my catches.
Yes.
I'm
I'm starting to get Andre now.
Yeah, bro, you've been Andre Reed this whole time, minus the talent and good looks and overall
Who's
likability.
handsome?
A Muley post-game excuse Monday. He's over his last 10. Did he do the unthinkable? We'll find out just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So last night, there was a story on News 8.
What'd they say?
Well, Halloween's around the corner.
Yeah.
And they took a visit to Arlene's Costumes.
Yeah, it's #1 joint.
I mean, if you've never been inside, it's awesome.
They have
everything.
Yes.
Everything. And not exaggeration. Like, you can go find something affordable, low-key, like in a bag, like you would find at, like, Walmart or Target. You can spend a fortune on, like, a movie set quality costume.
Yeah.
They even let you rent the cream of the crop that will leave people at the party mouth open with how you dedicated yourself to the evening. Now, you're on record, Tommy. When I say adult dressing up for Halloween, your first thought is?
My parents.
Something inappropriate.
My parents did this all the time, and it was embarrassing. And they thought they were great. Like they would win these costume contests.
That means they are great.
But only because you're such an idiot. Like with the costume, he was in drag. My father legitimately would dress up as a Playboy bunny.
No, not just drag. A man in lingerie.
Lingerie. He had the ears and the tail legit from the Playboy Club because he was a member in the 60s in New York. I'd like to know how he got those.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how do you get to keep that costume?
Yeah.
No, you take them home. It's free advertising. It's like the Outback Steak Knives.
And he would put on heels, makeup, a wig.
Man, he even committed to the heels?
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
It's creepy as hell.
Okay, so due to your childhood trauma.
What? If your old man Lance comes out as a Playboy bunny.
You want to try that? You think that's above my dad?
I
You think
know.
my dad is
But
never
you don't
dressed
think
in
that
drag?
would do psychological costume damage
I'll
to
be
you?
honest with you. I think half of my childhood, my dad was dressed in drag. That's how costume ready he was.
This is even creepier, bro. My mother sometimes, in her 70s, would dress up as a French maid.
Yeah.
With like the stockings and the short thing. 70 years old, bro.
So what? She had a good body. You said it yourself.
My mother had a beautiful body back in the day.
No, I can say it.
Something about the word beautiful body.
She was voluptuous back in the day. Good, sturdy Auburn woman and she was stacked, baby.
So this was a costume she went back to
Those
multiple
racks
times?
went all the way to Skinny Em.
Nipples in the pond.
That was the name of her girl band. Well, they had to, entertain the boys when they were coming home.
Okay, so just to be clear.
So my mother's a French maid. My dad is dressed up as a Playboy bunny.
By the way, I love how those costumes don't go together at
No.
all. They just both wanted to wear sexy
Hey,
outfits.
they banged in them. I guarantee you, my father had banged my mother in that French maid outfit.
Yeah, why else would you have a French maid outfit?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But while he was in his outfit?
You gotta slide the little unitard to the side.
No, but it could have looked like, something else.
Okay.
If you walked into the room and they were still in full costume, you wouldn't know what the hell was going on.
All I needed from you was to say you thought adults in costumes were sad, and now we're going down this lay on the couch therapy session here.
All right.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
you are a little more soft on the adult costume idea.
What do you mean?
You don't judge adults that wear costumes.
Oh,
at
no.
Halloween parties.
Like, I can appreciate a unique costume. Like somebody that really thought outside the box and nailed it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. How much should an adult spend on their Halloween costume? Because look.
I don't know how much those
expensive.
things go for.
All right, so the average price of a store-bought, like
Right.
Walmart or Target
But
costume,
base.
$50.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
That's like before accessories and
Yes,
stuff.
that's just a straight
the
up,
outfit.
straight up, right? But here's the thing. look, I don't hate adults that dress up for Halloween. I don't like doing it, right? I'm not going to judge them for it. But if you are going to do it, you have to spend. If you're going to dress up as an adult, like, you have to spend as much as you can spend, because if you do it, you have to do it right. Because you can agree with me. The only thing more sad than a person, as a grown person, dressed up for Halloween is someone who mails in that costume.
And somebody who gets asked the whole night, what are you supposed to be? I don't understand. I don't get it.
Like I told you, Danger is with us on Friday. Sandy, who works down on the Buzz, right? I love them. I've known them for a long time. One year, they went to a Halloween costume dressed as the Black Eyed Peas. And they wore white sweatshirts with the letter P on it, and they put black eye makeup on it. And it's like, oh, we're clever. No, you're not. You phoned it in.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what that is. Domestic violence? What is that?
That's okay. I would assume it's not that.
Well, I mean, you got a black eye,
They
man.
both have. Okay.
Well, it was a fair fight. I've known those couples.
Can you agree that you have to spend if you're going to do it?
But you're talking like hundreds of dollars.
Well, you
I
can
know,
rent.
'cause
That's
well,
a suit.
I was going to say, even renting isn't
What a
cheap.
bitch. I'm
for the
sorry. Let's stop. I could buy a suit with that.
For $400
money.
you could buy a nice suit.
Who's
Well, what if
okay.
you bought a suit and turned it into a costume somehow?
You ruin the suit.
No, I'm not saying like you do stuff to the suit, but you could be somebody.
I'm a guy in a suit.
I'm a guy.
Put
In
some
a
sunglasses
suit.
on. You're Secret Service. Boom,
Okay.
done.
All right.
I agree 400 is too much. I'm going to say the minimum you should spend as an adult, if you're going to do the costume thing, 150.
Buck and a half.
I'm sorry, man. Like, if you're going to go,
We haven't even gone out yet.
If you're going, you got to go,
So that
man.
means that for a couple,
That's for one
you're
person.
$300. We haven't had a cocktail yet.
All right, so here's the thing. It's easier and less expensive for women because, I mean, all
Yeah,
you have
the
to do
less
is
is more.
Yeah, and you just have to be kind of like,
Dirty.
sexy.
Yeah.
Or whatever theme
We
you're
said
going
that we
to.
said different words at the same time, but we both thought we meant the same thing.
Well, we kind of do.
No, sexy is
Skanky.
not dirty.
Well, it's skanky.
No, it's not.
Would you wear that in front of Jesus?
Well, Jesus is everywhere, so you are
No,
wearing
you
in
got
front
a
of
buddy of mine
Jesus.
says with Jesus.
No, man, I think you got to go at least a Bill House. I would say $150.
All right.
Because
I
what's the
think
point?
hers could be expensive. If you're doing like certain couple costumes, like the one Tommy talked about with the pie, like I'm sure being a pie isn't cheap.
Yeah, but that's not sexy.
Well,
Being a
it doesn't
pie
have to be
isn't.
sexy. We're just talking about costumes,
All
right?
Here's the other thing. I think that if you're going to go 252 WCMF, as we talk about the story on News 8 last night about Arlene's costumes and all of the options you have out there, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to go in a couple's costume, you both have to make an attempt to be sexy.
No.
Well, you can't, but there's no such thing
most
as
couples'
man
costumes
sexy.
aren't sexy.
No, I think that,
What
and
man's
that's the problem.
sexy?
No, here's the thing. Here's where you're
Yeah.
getting it wrong. And I think this is where you pull this like idea that adult costumes are weird. When I mean sexy, I don't mean like, women like thigh-high stockings kind of Halloween costume
Yeah.
that we're accustomed to. Your wife, your girlfriend, your partner, whomever, if you are a man, sees you as sexy in some kind of fantasy outfit, whether it's a pirate, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a plumber, there is something you could put on where she'd go, ooh, all you have to do is find out what that is and
But-
have her
Is
do a
it-
sexy version
We
of
may
that.
not know it till you see it, though.
No, I think if you ask your wife straight up, or your girlfriend, or your partner, whoever, what do you find sexy in a fantasy in me? She would tell you right up.
Well, do you think it's less about the costume and what you are and more about the confidence you have in the costume? Because we've also seen normally quiet dudes like transform into the character of the costume they are.
Yeah.
And maybe like
Can't
you're showing
stand that guy.
but maybe you're showing your wife or girlfriend a different side of you that she doesn't always see. So I'm like, hey, look at he can have a good time. He's having fun.
But I think that goes both ways, because if you put on a costume where your partner thinks that you are sexy,
Okay.
that's going to give you the confidence to walk around
Yeah.
like that. Like let me give you
Go
an
ahead.
example from our
Yeah.
personal lives here, right?
Yeah.
Not a Halloween costume, but I'm very Irish,
Yeah.
and I own 2 kilts.
Yeah.
My wife is Jamaican, and my wife did not realize how into me in a kilt she was till she saw me in a kilt.
Oh, okay.
So I now know that when I put that kilt on,
Your wife has cataracts.
but I have a lot of confidence now walking around my wife
All
in
right,
that kilt
and a
because I
skirt.
know for what no, it's a kilt.
Why don't you take it further?
For what do you mean?
Hey, Dallas Cowboy cheerleader.
I feel confident in that because I know that my wife is into it. And
Right.
when she wants me to put it on, I'm going to put it on for her.
I just don't like. I wouldn't be a happy person in a costume. Like even if my wife said, "I think you would look good in this," I would have such a funja face that it wouldn't work.
I want you to think
yeah,
about
like
this.
if you're gonna do the sexy costume for your wife, you can't look like you're miserable.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be miserably sexy.
All right, that's. I want you to think about it like this because you're looking at it the wrong way.
Right.
Look, we were single men
Yep.
And you know how hard it was to meet somebody.
Oh, yeah.
How hard it was to get laid.
Yeah.
The money that we spent, the stupid things that we did, the bending over backwards, right? This woman who loves you, this person who loves you, all they want or would be entertained by or turned on by is this costume. So if you can't for 2 hours be happy, remembering all of what we had to do just to have a chance at getting laid, you, my friend, are wrong.
Okay. And you're right in the moment with your statement. But here's the thing. Once you commit to doing that next year, well, she's going to up the ante. And she goes, well, you did it last year.
A few hours.
No, because then we're wearing matching Christmas sweaters. And we're going to go down this rabbit hole of outfits. Yes.
No.
She won't let it go.
No, but she's not looking at you as sexy in your ugly Christmas sweater.
No, but
this is more of a fantasy holiday.
Once she knows she can start dressing you up, you're done.
I'm telling you, man, it's
you're
fantasy.
Her Ken doll.
Okay.
You're her funja face Ken.
Is there also? I mean, you're saying she's dressing you up in these costumes, but are there also certain things like you would like to embrace being for a night?
Like for you, could be funny or talented.
Like how many guys think like, I'd make a good lumberjack. Yeah, I could do that.
Cop. How many guys? Army guy.
Right. That you get to play army all night.
Quick sidebar: is that stolen valor if I go as an army guy for Halloween?
No.
Are you sure? Because I haven't seen that a lot lately.
I haven't either.
I have noticed that a lot of strongmen and dictators are kind of on the short side. So I could go as one of those guys.
You're wearing the jacket for it right now.
Like I could be Putin.
252 WCMF. Let's get another woman's opinion.
Okay.
Talking about if you're going to do the adult Halloween costume, you got to spend. And you should listen to your partner as to what they find sexy. Let's talk to Alicia. Hello, Alicia.
Hey, guys. So I have the most expensive and perfect costume that you could have.
Okay.
I'm going to dress up a sexy Tommy Muley because the amount of money that I would spend on those damn Italian socks and that sport jacket of his, it would cost me more than if I go to Party City. $50 Italian socks and $1,000 jacket and a what?
Sexy Tommy Muley.
I don't know if you could make.
I would look. And I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there that would like to get Tommy Muley bent over.
Oh my God, Alicia!
That took a turn.
I'm getting sodomized.
All right, Alicia, let me ask you a question. You're with somebody right now? You're in a relationship?
Yes, my husband.
Okay, so I'm sorry, your husband. What do you fantasize about him in?
So every year he usually dresses up as like a lumberjack because it's the easiest and cheapest costume he could do.
Okay.
So I like the lumberjack, and honestly, if he dresses up as like a straight village person, I would love that too.
I love how you said straight village. Well, first of all, they don't exist. Second of all,
as the guru.
Yeah, I love
any of those.
Any of the village people, the
bandwagon.
Like just because he puts on the sailor cover or the hard hat doesn't make him gay.
I see the construction worker.
Okay, so you're saying you have a construction worker and lumberjack fantasy when your husband's wearing that stuff.
And the thing is, he's actually an inspector, so he has the outfit all day, every day. So he's sexy 24/7.
Yeah.
What does he inspect, baby?
Alicia, thanks for the call. I'm sorry I stepped in your question because I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Probably in her pants.
Panty inspector.
Yeah.
Would it freak you out? Because I've seen couples do this. They dress like each other.
Yes.
That's weird. That's really weird.
They switch roles.
Yeah.
It's not even funny. You're not famous. You're
not even famous.
You're just Chuck with a smaller rack.
But like, it would be
well,
weird.
It depends on who it is.
To be turned on by, like, if your wife is a sexy version of you.
You could be a huge narcissist. Maybe turned on by a sexy version of you. 252 WCMF, a man who's wearing a Halloween costume every single day.
Oh, really?
Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm going to regret telling you the story, but back in the day when I was thought I was happily married, my wife talked me into doing dressing up as Raggedy Ann and Andy. My buddies tore me up so hard, dude. I literally went home and changed because I was so. But she was
wait,
like,
wait, stop!
Wait,
they chased you from the party?
No, my buddies were just on me so hard that I got angry. Like I can't believe you let me talk you into this. I went home and got out of all that stupid.
So yes, they chased him from the party.
Angry Raggedy Andy.
I was really mad because I love getting busting balls with buddies, but man, I was so mad, and I was mad at her for making me do that.
How do you get mad when he's got that smile drawn on his face?
She looked hot as hell, though. I don't know.
That's a weird thing down the road we'll talk about, I guess, maybe. Skylar, thank you for the call, buddy. Keep all of your children's dolls away from stuff.
Yeah.
Look, man, you heard it out of the woman's mouth, Alicia's mouth, right? She is turned on by her lumberjack husband or construction worker husband. Gentlemen, I beg of you, shooting fish in a barrel coming up here.
All right.
All you have to do.
Play
is,
along.
Yeah, go to your spouse.
Embrace it.
And
don't be miserable.
Just ask. And here's the thing. If you ask what it is, now you can make it your own. You can do what she's into, and you can go as comfortable as you want to go.
But just know, this is your future moving forward. Once you agree, you signed on the dotted line, and now you're screwed.
You should listen to this man because he's right about everything, except when he's not right about anything, like for the last 2 weeks. We got the result we wanted.
Yeah. But
it's possible that this man sitting across from us may have done something that I doubt any gambler has ever done in the history of the world. Because it's not even like you have to hit the parlay, like hit all of them.
Yeah.
We just needed one.
I know I got one.
Oh, dude, are you sure?
Yeah.
You sure? Because you went to bed just after halftime.
Yeah. I was fading.
A Muley post-game excuse Tuesday. We do it next here in the break room on CMF. But
from the 12. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. Allen squirts away from it. Throws to the end zone. And it's caught for a touchdown. Dawson Knox with the 12-yard touchdown reception.
4-2. Number 1 in the AFC East
Look
with
at
a
that.
2-game lead on the idle Dolphins for this week.
Riding high.
You're 2.5 games ahead of the New York Jets, who are Super Bowl bound, according to a lot of preseason predictions.
Yeah.
And the offense and defense looks like they got back on track last night. What was there not to like about everything we have in
Everything
front of us?
clicking.
Yeah. Well, most things were clicking.
No, everything.
Yeah. Not everything. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It is a very special post-game Tuesday here. Yesterday, Tommy made his picks. And as we've been talking about for the last couple of days, Tommy has not gotten a pick right in 2 weeks.
Well, because his team went off the rails.
He's 0 for his last 10. Okay, so that means...
We're seeing things we've never seen before.
Okay, so that means then, now that they're back on the rails and you had great performances from both the offense, defensive players, you got to win, then you should be 5 for 5 today.
Well, there are a couple of things that should have happened that didn't.
Well, what happened?
There were a lot of things that happened that shouldn't have happened. Yeah.
Tommy made his picks yesterday. Let's see what happened this morning. Go ahead, Kibby.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Muley Excuse Post-Game Tuesday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first pick.
Let's do it.
From yesterday here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, is this the week that Greg Rousseau gets himself back on track, or is it another long game for Groot?
So they put Aaron Rodgers out of business last year. And you're saying like they're getting to Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers taking a beating, but
he ain't mobile.
He's not.
He's cement legs.
But keep in mind, there is a change in coaching, so maybe there's a new philosophy
Well,
to
what are
it.
they going to do with his legs? Bless him?
Well, you just changed the
He can't move. When are you going to get the Pope over there? Put some oil on him?
No, I don't think Rodgers would like that.
Oil his legs up? Bet you'd like that, weirdo.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
wow.
He's a weirdo.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Anyways, but this is not about Aaron Rodgers.
I think Russo's going to lay this weirdo out.
Who's going to do it?
Well, what's the pick?
Well, no, I mean, it's over under 1/2 a sack.
I'm
is the
thinking he's
pick.
going to sack
So
him.
you're going over 1/2 a sack.
Straight up, pure Western New York, sack exchange, sack ass.
So
He's going to sack his ass.
The Bills were getting to Rodgers all night long. 3 sacks that counted on the sheet. You got 1 sack from Dwayne Carter. You got 1 sack from A.J. Epinesa. And then another sack from A.J. Epinesa. No sacks for Rousseau.
Yeah, but can you make the argument because he got double teamed, those guys were open to get those sacks?
You could. You could also make the argument that
sure.
they were going to double team him, so you should have taken the under.
Possibly.
Yeah, probably should have.
All right.
Rousseau almost got there a couple of times.
But I said his ass was going to get roughed up, and he should have been pulled from that game.
No, you weren't. Why would you? You're already going to fight for your
it was close
bonus
the whole way
pick?
through, yeah.
Is that going to happen? Yeah.
You don't think he should have been pulled?
Okay.
No,
That's
not in
elder.
that game.
That was elder abuse.
I would argue it was elder abuse. Like that was not fun looking.
His
at
face
all.
changed, like the seasons.
He got his ass kicked.
He had fall face.
Fall face.
Yeah, it was changing colors. It was turning orange.
And like he was getting a lot of protection from the stripes last night too. Like there was that roughing the passer call on AJ Epinesa, which is BS. He then goes into the press conference after the game, and I'm paraphrasing. There's audio of it, and said that he didn't agree with a lot of the calls, including the roughing the passer against him. That's not roughing the passer, is what he said.
Well,
All right.
he disagreed with a
Fair
call
enough.
that went his way.
Yes.
I mean-
yes.
Yeah,
right.
he's got a concussion.
So you're 0 for 1.
But I was close.
0 for your last 11.
Ooh, that's a C hair off.
Oh, no, he wasn't even close to it.
I said he was going to have a hell of a night, and his ass was going to get rubbed in the dirt. Or the turf, whatever it is.
0 for your last 11. Let's get to our second pick for maybe you late Postgame Excuse Tuesday here on CMF. Over under 250 passing yards for Josh Allen.
He's got to turn it on.
He doesn't have to
He
do
has
anything.
to turn it on.
And by the way, they could blow him out and he could throw for 233.
I want a show tonight. Jesus Christ, man! You're supposed to be this superstar kid,
Okay.
and what are you doing?
Okay, wait, now you're going to say that
Was it the Green Bay Packers from the '60s?
got that.
Running blocker.
Well, yeah, if it wins, go with it.
I want a show, man. Air it out. Let's have some fun.
Maybe that's why you roll for your last 10. It's not what you want. It's what you think will happen.
Use this kid's arm. That's what you hired him for.
Hired him like
Hired
they
him.
sat him down. He had a name on his shirt.
It's a
I guess
process.
Technically.
All right, so what's the question?
Over under 250 passing yards for Josh Allen tonight.
O with a verb.
You got a show. Josh balled out, and he did it against a defense that always gives him fits and a place he has a hard time winning
figured
games.
it out.
That's right.
He snapped it.
And he looked very confident. Last night, Josh Allen, 19 of 25, 3 total touchdowns with 215 yards passing.
You got to be kidding me.
You weren't even close. You were 35 yards off.
Yeah.
What a bone job.
What a bone job.
But some of those passes got called back on BS calls.
I don't think there was a... No.
Yes.
Which one?
The second one. Second or third one.
Second or third pass was called back on a BS
To that
call?
one dude. Yeah.
No, I think that
Total
all the
bone
long
job.
completions were...
Total on the sideline there. Called back. No good.
Okay. I mean, look, I'll even tell you what, we'll add his rushing yards. We'll give it to you. Not enough.
Wait, hey, I thought he had good rushing yards.
No, I mean, all of his rushes were good.
Yeah.
He had 18 yards rushing on 9 carries.
But he did get a touchdown, a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, so that cuts down his average, and then the 4 or 6 yards a game. Yeah, but look, bottom line is what matters to you is passing yards. And he got to 215.
We got to go to break. We're running late.
12 straight
Marty wants to do the traffic.
misses.
Still a chance.
And by the way, I warned you about this. Did I not warn him yesterday? If something was working, they were going to go with it. And Ray Davis, rookie running back out of Kentucky, was getting like 8 yards a carry up until the end
that kid
of the
was
game.
doing an amazing
Yeah.
job.
So yeah,
And nobody saw that coming.
No, we didn't know if
Nobody.
James Cook would play or not at
Right.
that point.
But
No,
if
man,
James-
there was so many ifs in this game.
if James Cook was playing, that would have been him. Now, I don't know if he gets the same production that
I
Ray
don't know.
Davis gets. That first drive, they threw the ball one time. They marched down the field and threw the ball one time.
Yeah, he was blowing past guys.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, you got to be aware of this stuff.
You got to know. You got
I tried to warn you. I'm trying to help you, and this is what I get.
You give me half-ass information.
Half-ass information. Well,
Well, it doesn't matter what information he gives you. You don't listen anyways.
You got a whole ass full of nothing because you're 0 for your last
So
12.
what's the pick?
Lucky 13.
All right.
Let's go with a third pick from yesterday here on CMF. Over under.
Yeah.
1/2 an interception. And keep in mind, he doesn't throw interceptions. That was an aberration maybe last week
All right.
for Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not going to worry about his religion.
You already got the Pope rubbing his legs with oil.
I'm saying this. The dude's old and he's shaky.
Oh, I
And
know
he's
all
sad.
about that.
Shaky
I
and
know
old.
all about old shaky and
Right,
sad. Yeah,
right,
yes,
right.
yes,
You've seen it. We've
yes.
all seen it. We've all felt it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine him not getting picked off at least once with the Bills' defense. I think he's selfish. I think
Yeah.
it's all about
Oh.
him. I don't think he's doing it for the coach or the team or New York. I don't think he cares about any of that stuff. So I don't think he plays with that kind of emotion, personally. I think he's a nut.
So over under 1/2 an interception for
Oh,
Aaron
they're
Rodgers.
gonna get him. Oh, they're gonna get him tonight, buddy. His shaky old cataract ass is gonna be misfiring all over that
No.
goddamn field.
I'm worried of what you're doing right now.
I'm telling you right now, it's gonna get ugly.
Misfire at 294 yards, 2 touchdowns. Misfire it all over the damn field.
Yeah, how many interceptions there, buddy?
Okay, so here's the thing. There may be a discussion that has to be had because...
Well, because I saw an interception.
Oh, did you see interception?
Yeah.
Did you see interception? I mean, this is welcome back Teron Johnson last night.
Back to pass. Rodgers looking to load up. Fires deep. Rainbow down the field looking for Mike Williams. And it's intercepted.
Thank you.
Taron Johnson.
Where's my thing?
Welcome back. A humongous interception
Humongous.
by the nickel corner.
Hold it
What's
ding.
your question?
Hold it ding.
Oh, what's the
He threw an interception.
controversy?
I'd like to turn to the Kim issue.
Oh, look at this! Look
What?
at this
No, wait,
jive
wait,
I
ass.
know. Plead your case
I
because
have
I
a
don't
question. I have
know
a
why that
question.
wasn't a definite
He
interception.
just said interception.
I have a question.
Ding me.
Can I ask a simple question?
No,
What's your
because you're
question?
trying to pull some moves here.
No.
What's your question, Pat?
Your friends are supposed to build each other up.
Yeah, show me where my friends are and I'll do it for him.
What is under review?
Does the pick count if he fell asleep before it happened?
Oh my God! I don't know when I fell asleep.
You did. You told us you fell asleep after the first Tyler
It
Bass
still
doink.
counts. It did happen. We all saw it.
No, I fell asleep sometime in the third quarter because I didn't pour a fourth drink.
Which is really an 8th drink for you.
Oh God, you're such a for somebody that doesn't know math. You keep track pretty good of numbers.
Congratulations.
I
Lucky
snapped the
13.
code.
You did. You
I
snapped
snapped
it.
it.
You absolutely snapped it. So it's probably a nice smooth ride, 2 more, and then you're out of here, right?
I do think that technically, my other pick was correct. He should have not have been.
Let's get to our 4th pick from yesterday. Let's see CMF. Oh, hey, are we doing where they wind it
Yeah.
right now? Is that what we're doing? Do the Bills win? And if they do, is it by 2 points or more? Ooh, that sounds good, huh?
Yeah. Well, based on my previous picks.
I hate you so much.
Do you hate me so much?
You're all for your last 10. I don't know where you're getting this confidence from, man.
Yes, I believe the Bills are going to win this game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they do it by 2?
Oh, I think they're going to cover those. Yeah.
Bro, this doesn't happen in New York with the Bills. It doesn't happen. Don't do this to yourself.
It doesn't happen.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a
it?
hell of a game, buddy.
Yeah, do ya? Like, what kind of hell of a game?
Prime time fun tonight. Monday night prime time.
Yeah.
October fun.
Uh-huh.
There's a new Mr. October in town.
Who's that?
It's Josh Allen.
And what's he going to do?
Oh, he's going to have himself a night.
Which would lead to what?
Big old apple.
Big old apple blood.
Yeah.
You meant to say old big apple blood? Is that what you meant
Same
to say?
blowout.
Big ol' apple.
All your apples are going to get blown out,
A
baby.
big apple blowout is what you could buy at Wickham Farms when you go pick pumpkins in the farmhouse.
Yeah, play it.
Okay. So the Bills won, and they covered, but Kimmy had a very specific question for you
'cause I
after
wanted
you
to,
made that pick.
make
Which is what?
sure.
The question was what?
Does the pig still count if it's not a blur?
And
But
you-
it should have been a blowout because of the
But it
penalties,
wasn't
the
a blur.
bogus penalties. The Bills got screwed out of 2 more touchdowns.
You ran your mouth, and were so confident.
Double down.
You said that if it's not a blowout, it's a loss. All you have to do is shut up. There's no benefit in you
They
saying
just said
blur.
Bills win. Period.
Yes, all you do is make it harder for yourself to win. You dumbass. You dumbass. Just shut up.
Shut up. Said man, it never shut up.
No, I'm trying to help you. Let's get to our final bonus pick. Here we go in the break room on CMF.
Not so fast, buddy. At the end of this game,
Wait, did you pause? What happened?
I think
People watching the live stream were like, what the hell?
I have a little guess. We had chili last night. And it's that
God.
Weight Watcher chili.
Great.
It's got like carrots and stuff in it.
Can you do that on a
right.
Friday instead of
I know.
coming back in
I
on a
know.
Monday?
But it's a healthier gas.
Anyways.
Not a lot of meat in it.
Thank you.
There's not a lot of meat in my farts. They're less meaty farts. They're more vegetarian farts.
Okay. What's your pick?
I don't think Aaron Rodgers finishes this game.
Oh my God! I just got a hit off of what you just did.
Boy, that's a
Pat
good
can't
pick.
finish the show now.
Oh my
Boy, I
God.
knocked you out with my pick.
That's what a carrot smells like coming out of your ass.
That's what Aaron Rodgers is going to look like tonight. One of my vegetarian farts. I don't think that guy finishes the game. I think he gets roughed up. I'm
So
not saying
you-
he's going to get murdered, but I think he's going to get blasted so much. Because last time I think I saw him, and I saw that game in England, he struggled getting off the turf.
Yeah,
every time he
Yeah,
got
there
hit.
were a couple times where I thought
They thought he was out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's banged up.
So your bonus pick is Aaron Rodgers does not finish this
I
game.
don't think you see him in the fourth quarter.
All right.
He should have not have finished that game.
He should have not have finished that game.
He's got a
period.
concussion.
Didn't have a concussion.
He did look like a vegetarian fart, though.
His face looked disturbingly shook up.
I think that's just his face.
No, it was worse.
I don't think he took a shot to the head. I don't remember seeing a shot to the
He
head.
took a shot to the entire
Just
body.
yeah, I was
did
going to
that.
say his
He got
body is
flattened.
getting beat up.
How long is he going to do this? This is his last year, right? It's over?
I would think so. I thought he basically said he didn't want to leave it as it ended last year, and that was his reason for coming back.
He's going to end up
Doesn't seem like a
getting
very good
carted
reason
off.
now.
I mean, I don't want to see the guy get hurt.
Yeah.
But
Then
like,
you guys all sound like
no, well,
I don't
no,
want to see the guy get hurt.
Here's the thing,
He's going to get hurt.
past the basic humanity of it, right? Like I don't want Jets fans to be like, "Oh, don't you
Yeah.
count it?" No, I want everybody they got out there.
Yeah.
I want them all out there so I can be like, look,
To
we
live
went.
with their decision.
But
Exactly.
the point is to flatten him out.
Yes, just if he gets hurt, it happens. It's unfortunate, but I don't want to see the guy
I
get.
don't root for injuries.
So the question is, because
Or
look,
should
I find it hard to believe with the beating he is taking behind that offensive line in New York that he is going to make it the entire
They
season.
can't.
Will he be the starting quarterback in Buffalo for the last game of the season, Bills Jets?
Oh.
Because here's the thing: if the Jets don't make the playoffs, which you are 2.5 games back in the AFC East now, and you got a tough stretch coming up, that could be his last ever NFL game.
Yeah, but do you think he makes it that long?
That's what I'm asking.
He's going to
I
be in
know.
a hut in California by then, sweating.
Well, I mean, what kind of guy is he? Is he
That's
a
what I
guy
mean.
that packs it in, or is he a guy that he knows this is it, and he wants to soak in
It's
every
all
moment
about
he can?
him.
I think it's the second. I mean, we'll see how he feels after, being well into the season, but I thought that was really his main purpose of coming back was to finish out a season.
Hey,
Could be wrong.
remember when he said he was going to come back early from that Achilles injury? Could you imagine what that would have looked like last year had they been in contention and he wasn't lying about coming back from that, which he was. But you're going to put his Achilles is good now. You were going to put that guy hobbled up behind that offensive line? Dear Lord, baby G.
And I'm sure he's got some ferocious defense ahead of him, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's the NFL. Every
I
defense.
mean, there's got to be some
long
badass guys.
Let's just put it this way. Every sack the Bills got to him with was on a blitz. They're going to blitz the hell out of him.
A lot of bad hombres out there.
All right, so you went 1 for 5.
But I snapped the curse.
Yeah, but you went 1 for 5.
I'm getting there. I'm turning that corner.
You're 1 for
It's a process, like McDermott.
You're 1 for your last 15. By the way, did you say the process was crap after the game last week?
It was pretty crap.
Okay. We get back into this game just after 9 o'clock with our good buddy, Dan Hot Takes Chesty. Please keep it down, Fates. And we know it's Tuesday, and normally we do Where They Whine It, but because of Postgame Tuesday, we're going to move Where They Whine It again. We're going to try it on Thursday.
Give it another go.
We're going to give it one more time on Thursday because
All
we
right.
got Hate Mail of the Week tomorrow. So Where They Whine It on Tuesday, put it in your notes, put it in your calendar. Dan Fates just after 9 o'clock. And is everything happy again? Are all Bills fans happy?
You got to be happy, but you get the win.
Well, no. I mean, like, the world was on fire last week. And all of a sudden, you got a 2.5 game lead in the AFC East.
Looking
and
good.
You could be 8-2 with the schedule coming up.
Damn.
We'll talk to Dan Fates from 13WM at Buffalo Plus just after 9 o'clock on a post-game Tuesday here on CMF. There are people that believe that all criminals are stupid, and that's the wrong mentality, right? Because there are some very smart people that commit crime.
Oh, sure.
Because they're getting away with it. This is not one of those people. If the allegations are true, this was a bad plan. And it's not just the plan, but the violation of someone who trusted you enough to let you use this. We'll tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room on CMF. There are crimes you understand.
Okay.
Someone steals food because they're hungry.
Yeah.
Someone shoplifts for money to feed an addiction.
Desperation.
Yeah, it's not right, but there's logic behind it.
All right.
Then there are crimes like this one.
What was that?
If the allegations are true, there was no way this woman was going to get away with what they say she did.
Oh.
In fact, she was really just making someone who cares about her choose between letting themselves get screwed over or calling the cops on someone they have a pretty tight relationship with.
So kind of taking advantage of somebody, really.
Agreed.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. A 42-year-old woman just east of us has been arrested after police say she refused to return a car she borrowed.
So she was allowed to borrow it.
Yes.
And wasn't going to bring it back.
Yeah, just to be clear, according to the story, she didn't rent this car from Enterprise. She borrowed it from someone in her
Okay.
life, right? And based on the story, it sounds like this person allowed her to take the car, and there was an agreed upon time and date to return it, and she did not bring the car back.
So did she think they would just let it
Yeah,
go?
no.
Well, guess you can keep it. It's not Tupperware, man. What an idiot.
And here's the thing. This also doesn't sound like one of those stories we've seen where someone just takes a family member's car, right? And it's using a car without permission. It clearly says there was an agreed upon time and date for return. So the good news. The victim got their car back.
Good.
But she has a court date coming up. And there's a couple of questions we may need answered here.
Okay.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The biggest question being, to your point, how did this woman think this was going to end? Because it's not like she had the element of surprise on her side.
Right.
This person knew she had the car.
Right.
And all they had to do was call the cops, tell them she had the car, and it was just a matter of time before she was in trouble.
Because you're close enough with somebody that they'll let you borrow their car.
Yes.
So they probably know where you live. So it's not even like you could say, well, I lost the car or got stolen.
Yeah.
Because they could just do one drive-by at your house and see that you still have the car.
Exactly. The only way this would have worked out for her, Tommy, if the allegations are true, is if the people who allowed her to borrow the car were such pushovers that she was confident they would not call the cops on her.
You would have to be the most spineless candy ass to let your car walk.
But, I mean, there are some
I don't want to deal with it. I'll just head on down and get another car.
Well, not that you would get another car, but you would just keep extending, hey,
really need it back now, though. I know, I knew you had to use it, but can you bring it back now?
You don't have someone in your life. All right, let me ask you this question. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Let's say you borrowed your dad's car, and for some reason you refused to bring it back.
Yeah.
Would your dad try to figure out a solution on his own? Or would there be a point where he would call the cops? Would he call the cops on his daughter?
I want to say he wouldn't, but I mean, he doesn't need car. They have my mom's car. They can use that.
I mean, there's got to be someone in your life, Tommy. If you borrowed their car and didn't bring it back, they wouldn't call the cops.
I wouldn't call the cops on.
No. That they wouldn't call the cops on you.
Oh, I think everybody would.
All right, let's say your brother lets you stay in his guest house when it's not underwater.
Right.
And let's say you go down to Florida. Let me borrow your car for a couple days. And then you just decide you're going to go off on another vacation.
Hi, I'm back home in Rochester with your car.
Would he call the cops?
I think he would almost have to.
No, not would he have to. Would he call the cops?
I think it would be. I think eventually, yes. Maybe not immediately.
Okay.
How long do you think he'd give it, though? Maybe once you stopped ignoring him, or once you started ignoring him?
Because you'd have to ignore him. So you got 30 days.
That's a ton of time.
That actually is a long time.
30 days max. The cops are coming for that car.
Okay, but if I'm someone who agreed, hey, you could borrow it for 3 or 4 days, and 30 days later I still have the car. Maybe I got stuff I want to do with the car 30 days from now. Right? You can't sit here and be like, oh, you'd have to be such a pushover. That'd be 30 days.
My old man did this.
Took somebody's car?
So my dad had a neighbor. This guy's name had the most old man name, Otto. And he was a super rich guy. They were snowbirds. Yeah. And they lived next door to them in their condos. So Otto had this really nice Lincoln Continental. And he just told my dad, because they just left it there, and then they come down and use it, 3 months a year. He goes, hey, Mike, I don't want to put it on a battery tender or something. Can you mind just taking it out once in a while, just make sure it's working?
Getting it started.
Yeah. Take it out a little bit. My old man used that car exclusively.
Oh, my God.
He goes, I don't have to even touch my car. I'll put all the miles on Otto's car. He's rich. So Otto finally got pissed off and wanted the car back. And my father kind of fought him on it, but I had to give him the car back.
Wow.
But what was your dad's argument?
What am I going to do for a car now? And Otto goes, you got your own car. He goes, I don't want you. He goes, your car's a lot nicer. And I did you a favor.
He did do him a favor.
Right.
No battery tender.
So I could see my old man fighting him to the end to keep that car.
What
Does he
Otto-
feel like he earned it?
Oh, yes, sweat equity in a car. He did, but no sweat in it.
Okay,
Except
so-
his sweaty ass.
All right, so you start this break with, why
Yeah.
would you do this? And you just
See
gave
how
me
you
two
can get
answers.
there.
Yeah, but I had to use a piece of crap like my father.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 42-year-old woman. She was arrested after police say she borrowed a car from someone in her life. Like borrowed a car.
Yeah.
They had a date and time set for a return, according to the story, and she just never brought it back. She was arrested after this person called the cops. And that's the second thing that we have to talk about. Because if the allegations are true, what makes this story so crappy, this person, who it seems had enough of a personal relationship with this woman to lend them their car, had to make a decision.
Yeah.
How long do I try to handle this myself before I have to have this person arrested? Because depending on who that person would be in your life, it's a really tough call.
It would be even harder if that person kept making excuses for why they had it. I think it's easier if they disappear with it and you're kind of left like you feel like I have no choice but to call the cops. But if they still keep giving you like these
The runaround.
sad stories
Well, the
or
drive around, they got your car.
or like desperate stories, and it kind of makes you feel like, oh, well, all right, fine. Like you can use it one more time, or all right, fine. Like if you have to use it for that, I understand. It would make it harder the more excuses they gave you.
And so think about this. Let's say you're a dude. She hot. She wants to borrow your car, right?
Yeah.
And she drives off with your car for a couple days.
Sure.
And you start tracking it down.
Yeah.
And she keeps pulling the chick card.
What's the chick card?
You know, she's crying. I got problems. You know, I'm in between things. And what am I supposed to do? And she's going to start playing with your emotions a little bit, pulling the chick card. You might go long with a hot chick.
Yeah, I mean, there are men who would do that.
Oh, most men would do it.
No, anyone with daughters, that ain't going to work.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking single guy.
No, I get you. I get you. I get
She
you.
hot,
I get
and
you.
she's busted.
Would it bother you more if a buddy cried to you though?
Ooh,
Told
oh,
you
yeah.
he needed his
Oh,
car?
yeah.
That would be tough to not.
Yeah.
I might have to.
I
look
would
at him,
almost
sorry.
think the guy tears would be you'd extend it longer for that guy.
Guy Tier is one of my favorite 70s game show hosts.
Oh, I thought Guy Tears was that guy on the Food Network.
Doesn't he? Like, think about this. You trusted this person enough. Think about who in your life right now you trust enough to lend your car to for an extended
It's a
period
small
of time.
circle.
So you trusted them enough to give you the car, them the car, but they violated your trust where they never gave it back. Like that would have to be devastating, right?
Yeah. We're
All right,
done.
let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Tommy, because we brought up who in your life wouldn't call the cops if you took their car, right? How long could I keep your car, Tommy, before you'd have to call the cops on me? And remember, we've known each other over 20 years. We work together every day.
How am I getting around? I got no car.
Well, no, I need it.
So now I gotta use my wife's car.
Oh, yeah. You got another car. It's fine.
No, but I got to use my wife's car. It's a hassle.
no, I mean, she's retired. It's fine. A hassle. Look, man, I need it. I'm
How
sorry.
long can I give you?
How long are you going to give me before you call the cops?
After the initial.
So let's say I'm going to borrow it for 3 days. 3 days goes by. I text you, hey, man, I can't bring the car back.
I'll give you additional 7 days.
Oh, wait. You're going to give me double
Wow.
the plus one, the initial
That's
borrow.
generous.
I'm throwing you a nice bone
All right,
here.
7 days.
And then you give me pushback.
7 days goes by, and I listen. I know I'm sorry. Everything was going just fine, but something else. The kids, she's got to get to hockey. My other daughter, she's got tennis.
By the way, you got all that equipment. You're digging up my car.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're hard on cars.
I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. On
No,
the back
I
end.
know
But
you.
Look, I need another 3 days. I just
No.
need 3 more days. No, I need
I
3
want
more.
my car.
Tommy,
I'm calling.
Tommy, hold on. You ain't calling the cops, you bitch.
I'm calling you dad.
I wonder how many people.
And I got away with it.
I wonder how many
Officer
people
Lance coming for your ass.
would try to go get their car back themselves before calling the cops.
Yeah, I
like
think that-
show up and try to almost steal
Demand
their
my
own
keys.
steal their own car back. Like, yeah, I think you're more likely to confront that person.
Oh yeah, I could just grab the spare and go get it.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I keep moving it because I know
Do
you're
you?
looking for the car. No, I mean, but that's the thing, right? Like, and
Yeah.
it creates a potentially dangerous situation.
does,
Because on one hand, I don't want you to go to jail. I don't want you to be arrested. As angry as I am, because we have a relationship where we're close enough where I lent you my car.
But you got one of my biggest assets.
And if I show up to try and take the car back, well, now there's the threat of something happening in that interaction. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not
could
good.
get ugly.
Yes. So Again,
don't loan your car.
sometimes you have to loan your car.
But make sure.
Make sure. This person probably thought that they were going to be totally fine.
I would be really cautious. Like, it has to be a really emergency situation.
Who just hands their car out willy-nilly?
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I mean, I would. You better have a bullet in you, man.
Why don't I get an ambulance instead?
Yeah, that
Well,
seems.
whatever.
I
Yeah,
don't
get the
think you want
ambulance.
that.
Like,
Make sure to return it.
the cars you guys have right now. Have you lent them to anybody?
No.
Kidding?
I don't think so.
No.
No. I mean, but my husband, who has a pickup truck, he lets guys borrow it all the time.
So he lets him drive it.
He's usually in the car. Well, I'm trying to think. I feel like he has let a buddy borrow it before just because he didn't want to help with the move. You know
Just
what I
drive
mean?
off with your car.
And by
It
the
was
way,
like
they're
a
throwing
quick, like, down the street thing, but I'm pretty sure he let somebody drive it. Before.
I don't think I've. You know what? I don't think I've ever let anybody just borrow my car.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you should be protective over your car.
No,
mean,
but I
great-
don't think it's ever. I don't think I've even been asked.
Well, I mean, for a very long time, you were also driving junk.
Yeah.
Who's going to borrow a Geo Metro, the smallest mass
Probably not.
manufacturing car in the history of America?
But then once I got steady income, I got a decent ride.
No, you're right.
And you never asked to borrow my car, and you drove
Oh.
garbage.
I always was weird about borrowing people's cars. I was afraid that I would do something to
Yeah.
it. And
Yeah, I know. I saw your cars, man.
I meant like crash it.
Yeah.
It is weird, like when you have a connection with your vehicle, right? Because like we drove for a living.
Oh, yeah.
doing
It's your
car-
house.
Okay. So I had like when I first started dating my now wife, I was living in my apartment. You know, she was spending the night every once in a while doing Bible study,
Yeah.
things like that. And one morning I get up and she ain't there.
Yeah.
And I look out the window and my car's gone. Because I had picked her up the night before and we were like hanging out and she
Yeah.
stayed the night. And she, like, okay, that's weird. And like 15 minutes later, she comes back with breakfast, which is very sweet of her, right?
bothered you.
Yeah, like we had been dating for like, a couple months. And like she didn't ask to borrow my car. She just took my keys and went.
Right.
And I'm glad I held my tongue because it all worked out. But like primary was like, yo, what the F?
Yeah, you could have gotten played.
I know.
I
She
didn't think she
left
stole
forever.
my car.
No, but come on, man. The car's gone and she gone. I'm thinking I got played.
She's
But
in
you didn't know her.
residency.
But you didn't really know her
What
yet.
is he, the
Yeah.
car stealing doctor? On the lam, ladies and gentlemen.
I would watch that on Netflix.
I was more bothered by the fact that she thought she could just take it without ever having that
Yeah.
conversation. Because I would have never imagined just taking her car without saying, "Hey, do you mind if I use your car real
But
quick?"
is that just something common they did with her family? and stuff?
Was her car blocked in and yours?
No,
was
I had
just
picked
you?
her up the night before and she was with me. I had never asked her. I never brought it up because I was so peeved and I was afraid that I was gonna like make it a thing and I didn't want to ruin what was going on there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But I dated some women, man. If my car is gone, I figure I got screwed. I'm looking for my wallet.
How
everything.
long would it have taken you to call the police in that situation?
I'm days. If with my now wife, you're
Yeah,
talking
like
about?
if she
Just
said you
bailed.
borrowed your car and then you kind of know her but you don't really know her yet.
She's a very free spirit.
Yeah, I mean, a good girl you're not going to call.
A good girl.
But you got some,
What's a good girl?
I know.
a decent woman, a good woman.
I love how you think you would know that.
In
at
love with
that
a good
point.
time man.
So I'm a good timing man?
Oh, you were good, Charlie Good Times till you got on stage.
No, but like my wife, she's very free, like especially back then, like very free spirit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like granola. So I could see my wife also like, I'm gonna take your car, I'm gonna drive out to Naples, I'm gonna go get us like these specific pancakes, right? Yeah, pies, whatever. And I'm
That
gonna
I can
come
understand.
back.
It's like a sweet gesture.
No, but I'm saying that would be like a
Yeah,
3-hour trip.
right.
But my car's
but,
gone.
But there's certain women you're with, they have sweet gestures in them. And there's some women,
Oh man, you would
they
have
are
gotten played.
they are
surprised
skanked
you.
to the bone.
Skank to the bone.
And they got a sweet gesture in them.
Skank. Have you ever let a dude borrow your car that you were dating?
Yes. Yeah. Back in college, my ex-boyfriend drove my car all the time because I can't remember. He had his car, but it was parked far away, and mine was closer.
Great story.
So that
Didn't want. That's like one of the worst calls we've taken. Kind of to kind
You
of stories.
asked.
Why don't you gonna say yeah? But it was lame. I was far away, and we did not want to walk, so he drove.
By the way, he could have pulled his car up.
No, it was in like a parking lot on a different
Why
campus.
are we still doing this story?
Tommy's trying to poke holes in it.
I got questions for this dude.
Tommy pokes holes in world's lamest story. All right, let's take a break. If there's one thing that we differ on in this room,
What's that?
food-wise, right? Because
Yeah.
Tommy and Kimmy are not normally on the same food argument, but it's sauces. because you guys are sauce fans.
Oh, yeah.
When we're talking
I
dipping.
like my dippins.
We're talking pouring.
Oh, pouring's and the dippins.
And in that way, this story is great for you because a major fast food chain is doing something very unique, which you're going to think, oh, I'll get you fat. Oh, I'll get you fat.
Well, dips will make you fat. Dippins and drippins will chub you up.
Are we at the point where every...
Dippins and drippins?
we were just going to let that go. Are we at the point now where every food that you eat is dippable?
You got to dunk.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Get ready. Well, you know, I'm normally open to any food idea.
Yeah.
But this might be too much.
Wow.
Because there are dipping foods and there are non-dipping foods. And it seems, based on this promotion that a fast food company is running, there is not a food that isn't a dipping food anymore.
So they got is it a new dip or a new food?
Dip is old. Food to dip with.
Oh.
Not a new food, but a new dip.
A new submerser.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How would you like $5,000 a day?
I'd love $5,000, Pat.
Well, we're going to give it to somebody.
Okay.
It's easy. You download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to WCMF for at least an hour each day. That's your entry.
Okay.
But you should be listening for like 12 hours each day.
Do it.
Because you're cool, right?
Yeah.
That'll be cool. One daily winner, after their entry is in, will win $5,000.
$5,000, gimme.
In this national contest, every single day, your chance to fall into $5K a day. Download the Odyssey app, get your entry in, and good luck
Yeah.
from your friends here on CMF. Burger King is running a promotion.
What's the king doing?
Starting tomorrow, in major American cities, they are going to hand out tubs of Hidden Valley Ranch dressing.
When you say tubs, what how much do you get in a tub?
So they call it a big dip.
Okay.
And they will have 8 ounces of ranch. And just to give you a heads up, the typical sauce container you get from Burger King or
About an
McDonald's,
ounce or two?
it's about an ounce. So it's
this is 8 ounces.
8 times the
Okay.
amount of a normal dipping packet.
So is that a half a pint?
We're really going to do this? Are we really going to do this right
That's
now?
a half a pint
Are
of
you
dip.
really going to do this right now?
I think it is.
Is it 16?
8 ounces in a pint.
No, I thought it was 16 ounces in a pound.
No,
Yeah,
it's
16 ounces in a pound.
You're an idiot.
No, we're
Why
using
are you
liquid measurement.
Why are you starting this? I don't know the answer. It could be, but why? Why?
How many? Okay, I'm going to look up how many
God,
ounces
and
in
she's
a
got her
pint.
coat on, so she can't even type the right way. She's like
By the
mummy
way,
over there.
8 ounces looks like it's about the size of your standard French onion dip container.
Is that big?
Wait, like a regular dip container.
Or like the smaller versions of
Okay.
that.
So wait,
yeah.
you get that for what?
To dip your Whopper in.
Wait, so I'm going to take my Whopper
Take your Whopper
and dip it in ranch,
and Hidden Valley Ranch dressing.
and we're all going to die.
So here's
But
the thing.
man, that's got to be so goddamn delicious.
As of now, this will not be available in our area, and you have to request the tubs when you get there. But it sounds like if this is a hit in the major
it
locations,
will
they're
be.
going to launch this nationwide.
One liquid pint
Yeah.
is equivalent to 16 U.S. fluid ounces.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a half a pint of dip.
Proud of you. Way to go, buddy.
So that means I've eaten one burger and a half a pint of dip, and I haven't even touched my fries yet.
Okay.
God damn
Well,
it!
you'd use the dip for the fries too. I mean,
Oh,
you're gonna,
I would.
Yeah, you're gonna get the
I would lick
most
that
out of
cup.
that.
Ranch dressing is delicious.
I might
Is
have,
that the only dip they're offering?
that is the only dip they've
okay.
teamed
For
up
now.
with Hidden Valley
Because
Ranch.
they have their standard sauces.
I've never dipped a hamburger in anything in my life. Have you guys?
Not a hamburger, no.
Well, I will dip. I like. Let's say I have ketchup on the plate. I'll dip my burger into the ketchup.
What?
when I'm eating
But it's
it.
already got ketchup on it.
No, but sometimes
You want
there's
the
never
extra?
enough ketchup.
But no, that's not true. Ketchup. Okay.
No, I love
You
ketchup.
dip your burger?
That doesn't. That's. I'm surprised you are a burger dipper.
When's the last time you have a burger since 1974?
But when I have, that's when burgers were burgers. baby.
Nixon was pleading his case, and Tommy's dipping burgers.
So I will. I love salt and I love ketchup on a burger.
Okay.
So I will add a ton of salt to a hamburger.
Salt
There's-
on a hamburger?
Yeah, like I'll take the bun off.
What?
Put more salt on it. Ketchup.
Okay.
Because you always get some of the ketchup squirts out.
Yeah.
And I sop that up.
Daniel has informed us on Instagram that 8 ounces is a cup, which would have been a much easier way to do
Yes, yes, it would have.
that. Okay.
Yeah, but
So pints, 2 cups.
pint makes you sound like a fatty.
Not a cup?
There is something about ranch in particular as a side where I do find that people who love ranch, they suffer from what I like to call ranch blindness, where they will convince you that ranch belongs on everything. Like I knew a girl who would dip her pasta in ranch.
Oh!
I could do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I love it.
All right, can I-
It goes down so smooth.
Oh, wait, you like smooth? You
I
like
love
smooth,
smooth
white, creamy
ranch.
stuff? No kidding.
Yeah, like a creamy, delicious texture.
You're not going to believe this.
Where you gotta go?
I just opened up a new ranch business.
Yeah, you getting in the ranch game?
I am. I'm in the ranch game. Got a new business.
Where is it?
Well, I got a kiosk in the men's room.
Oh, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's Not So Hidden Valley. Looking to put it in your valley. A lot of words on this bottle, so it's big sauce. It'll fill up your valley real good. So is there a food that exists now that is undippable? 252-WCMF, 252-9263, where you would see somebody dip it and judge them. Because I'm going to be honest, if I went to a burger place and I saw someone dip a burger, what's wrong with you?
I guess I can understand. There are certain people, like, because you're going to put that stuff on the burger anyways, so it's not that weird.
I've never seen anyone put ranch on a burger.
No, but you put mayonnaise on a burger.
People put mayo on it.
Mayo is not ranch. Ranch is not
Yeah,
mayo.
But you're getting close.
No, you're not. Mayo is not close to ranch.
Mayo is in the ranch family.
No, it's not.
I mean, you could say basically all roads lead back to mayo.
Okay, can you Google how to make ranch? Because I'm not even sure. I bet you mayo and ranch don't even have close.
No, but
I
a
think
lot of
ranch
dips-
is just like sour cream and like seasonings.
But it's
right?
all that same kind of heavy, creamy crap.
No. There's very different tastes to ranch and mayo. Ranch and mayo. Very different tastes.
But I love mayonnaise.
No, I'll give you. I'll tell you what it is.
There are some ranch dressing recipes that it is part mayo, sour cream.
Yeah, but that's only in the South, and the woman telling you on the Food Network looks like she's gonna have a heart attack any second. The difference between ranch and mayo, and this is simple, and I can't believe I'm having this argument with you.
What's up?
Mayo is an accompaniment. It brings out flavors that are already there.
Yeah, it's a spread.
Ranch covers up all flavors of the thing you're eating.
Yeah, that's why you dip your veggies in it.
Yes, like mayo
I don't want
makes
to
it.
taste this carrot.
Mayo makes it better. Ranch overpowers. So why even buy a hamburger with all the fixins and the seasonings and all that stuff if it's just going to be overpowered by the taste of ranch?
Maybe it doesn't overpower. Maybe it's like a fair fight.
Like,
don't they say a rising ranch floats all burgers?
I told you, ranch blindness. Like you're just using it as an excuse to eat more ranch.
No,
Yes.
I mean you really are. And like here's the thing. Here's
like ranch, blue cheese, French onion.
I think ranch is even more widely spread than blue cheese.
Like blue cheese dressing is delicious.
Look, I get the idea every once in a while, depending on the sauce you're using on a wing, of dipping your wing in blue cheese. It's an accompaniment. It's not going to overpower. Like, I hate ranch, and I'll eat ranch on a salad, right? But I can't think of outside of ranch what I would have on, what I would have ranch on, because I want to eat the food. I don't want to just...
ranch a wing.
No, shut up.
People dip their pizza in ranch.
That's psycho.
I've done that.
My sister does that, and it bothers me. Why?
I could ranch or
The
blue
pizza
cheese
is
on
good
a
on its
pizza,
own.
especially the crust.
But it's about the sauce.
Yeah.
On the pizza, not the ranch.
Yeah,
No,
again,
but you're always stuck with the crust, right?
but you're just
Okay, the crust
tasting the
isn't bad.
ranch. No, what's the point of eating the food? No, like Kimmy said, if you love ranch, just get celery that
I don't
doesn't
know how
taste
you
like
ever got
anything.
fat.
Bro, no. Because,
To be so, you are very like anti-dipping sauce.
no, I'm fine
For
with
somebody that was like so culturally starved for food in that house, you'd think it would embrace all dipping cultures,
No, man. Like, look, when I see
be it Midwestern ranch or Italian blue cheese.
is blue cheese Italian?
Well, blue cheese is, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, gorgonzola and stuff like that.
What are you, your
in a-
father? I said, yeah, it's from Italy.
Yeah.
Blue and cheese.
This
I
guy
always say
Donzi made it. Came over in a speedboat, started chucking it at the docks.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Burger King announced that starting tomorrow in major markets, they're going to be offering a full cup, 8 ounces, of ranch dressing for which to dip your Whopper in. It sounds like if this goes well, in the limited supply that they're doing in these major cities, they're going to roll it out across the country. It's a partnership with Hidden Valley Ranch.
Let me ask you, you got oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
I do want to verify that you're right. It's
What?
Italian.
no kidding.
All right, so let's say you got
Happy Columbus Day.
you got a bag of chips, and the only thing you got to dip your chips in is ranch. Could you use your ranch to dip your?
No.
You're
I
talking about
could.
like plain old potato chips?
Any kind of potato.
All right, I'm gonna
chip.
go even further.
Dorito, Tostito,
I would try
Frito.
it.
I'm going to go even further. If it's a regular potato chip, I've never dipped a regular potato chip in my life.
Oh my god!
Ever?
Fre-
Like
Why?
not even in your standard French onion?
French onion dip is overrated. It's the most overrated.
my God,
Oh
one.
it's
my
first-
God, get out of here.
One thing I'd love to do, just standard Lay's, your base Lay's,
Yeah.
the original one that came out of World War II. All right.
Yeah.
I could dip just that in ketchup with salt on it, like salt.
You put more salt on the chip?
Yep. And then I
Wait,
could ketchup. I could just put ketchup on my potato chips like I'm eating a French fry.
Yeah.
And eat those.
That makes sense. I mean, it's
It's
like a super
delicious.
crunchy French fry.
It's super delicious.
Do you not get enough water? Why
don't
does
get
your
the salt
body
thing,
crave so
though.
much salt?
I love salt.
What, you love salt?
I love salt.
We don't have time. Look. No! What is wrong with you?
I mean, the salt is a bit excessive. I just think because it's already a salty food.
Yeah, but I love
You're-
salt.
Okay.
It's the one thing I got
At, one
left.
thi- at some point, though, you're not even tasting more salt.
Yes.
You know what I
Like,
No,
mean?
you
you've-
can always taste the salt.
You've outsalted the. Why not just pour a handful of salt in your mouth? That's like some serial killer stuff, man.
You say that about everything I do.
Because look at you. You're wearing a jacket. You're putting ranch on everything. You're pouring cups of salt in your mouth. That's serial killer stuff, man. No, like I'll say this.
Right.
When it comes to French onion dip, if I go to a party and French onion dip is on the counter, I know this party is going to suck.
Really?
Yes.
So let's say there's an array of dips.
Okay.
Like they got all of them.
Yeah.
You don't touch any of
It's
them.
got to be a homemade dip.
I'm just saying the flavors.
No, if it's coming from like
You
like
don't
out of
know.
a tub,
You don't know. It's just they're not in tubs.
No.
They're in nice bowls.
No.
You
If
won't touch any of the dips.
If it's not like a hot dip that somebody made, I'm out. And even some of the hot dips, I'm not so super hot on.
So you don't like clam dip?
No, you know I don't like clams, except when your mom's around.
I love clam dip's delicious. Clam or crab dip?
I can do crab dip, but
It's
I
the
can't
same
do clam.
thing.
No, one has clams and one has crab.
But it's close. It's seafood dip.
It's not the same. Well, how do I have a more refined palate than Mr. Rich
You
Boy?
don't.
I do.
No, you're not open-minded.
You're pouring salt in your mouth. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to a man who knows his food. This
Okay.
is his
All right.
business, buddy.
All right.
Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
I don't understand your argument about ranch or blue cheese or anything. I mean, basically, they're all salad dressings, right? So if you went west of the Mississippi, everyone eats their wings, regardless if you like it or not, with ranch dressing. So they might say the same about blue cheese. It's just a waste. So I don't get your argument. What's your argument?
He hates all of it.
Look, I'll be honest with you,
He's
Jeremy.
anti-cream.
I'll be honest with you. Unless it's a super hot wing, I don't even like the blue cheese on my wing. I want the meat to speak for itself. I want the sauce on the wing to speak for itself. Like, if I wanted blue cheese, I'd just start eating a spoonful of blue cheese or a spoonful of ranch. I want something to accompany, not to overpower.
Well, spoonful of blue cheese is how you became Fat Pat way before you started lifting kettlebells in a goddamn hotel parking lot. Jesus Christ, who does that? You're
Serial
insane,
killers.
buddy. Absolutely insane. If you're talking a tomahawk steak, you want the meat to speak for itself, fine. Anything else? Shut up. Dip what you want. I love Mulet's dipping chips and ketchup. Awesome. See ya, dicks.
Bye,
Free
Jeremy.
the dips.
Bad take. It's a bad take from a bad man.
I don't know. I think you're on an island over there.
I'll stay on my
Yeah,
island.
there's our T-shirt. Free the dips, Todd Bridges, and OJ.
Kimmy knows two of those things: dips and OJ.
You got to know Todd Bridges.
Why would she know Todd Bridges?
He's actually more famous than OJ before OJ did
No,
what
are
OJ
you
did.
kidding me?
Bro.
O.J. Simpson was one of the most famous NFL players of all time.
Todd Bridges was on
No.
a sitcom that had 50 million people a week.
That show was off the air before she was born.
You have no idea?
Nope.
Gary Coleman.
Okay, yeah.
What show? Thank you.
I don't know. I
She's
know
not
who
gonna
he
know the
is.
song. Go ahead, sing it out loud. Go ahead.
This is what takes different strokes.
That's the name of the day. You do the other
Different
lyrics.
strokes to change the
We
world
got a
because the world
mouthful of
don't move
salt.
to the beat of
Just one drum. What
It
may
takes
be right for
different
you
may
might
not be right for some. Todd Bridges going to jail. Todd Bridges was his brother.
She
Gotcha.
doesn't
You could have
care.
just said that instead of singing the whole
Well,
song.
Philip Drummond, changed their life.
Let's take a break.
What?
This could affect us locally, and it sucks because like these are one of those places I ain't got time. I got to get in. I got to get out. Boom,
Yeah.
I'm moving. And Kimmy, you bring up a great point here. How are these in trouble when every time you go into one of these, there's a line out the door?
Oh.
Yeah.
And we'll tell you what company, major company, says they're going to be closing 400 locations
So
nationwide.
they're tanking.
I don't know how.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here on CMF. We're going to talk to Dan Fates from Buffalo Plus 13 Wham, figure out what loud, obnoxious place he's in to do the interview today. We know normally on Tuesday we do Where They Whine just after 9 o'clock, but because it is a post-game Tuesday, we have to move it. Despite our best intentions, no, that's not what I'm looking for. We know this is going to be a nightmare, but we're going Thursday again.
Maybe we'll get better.
You know.
We gave it. Maybe people got used to it on Thursday once, so maybe, you know. Okay.
It was the worst Where They Whine we've
Why
ever done.
am I calling?
So, tomorrow, Hate Mail of the Week.
All right.
Thursday, Where They Whining.
Got it.
In just a little while, Dan Fates from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus here to recap this game on CMF. 7-Eleven is in trouble.
How?
Great question.
They are global.
So 7-Eleven says they will be closing more than 400 underperforming stores in the U.S. They have not yet released a list of stores which will close, but
they're in China.
Okay.
Like you would think 7-Eleven and like Slurpee in China.
No, I mean they're very popular in China.
Like
they're like a legitimate grocery chain. So they're closing 400 stores. Yeah. But Kimmy, you had the best take on this.
What?
I've never been to a 7-Eleven that wasn't busy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like the one right around the corner from my house is just like a constant flow of people in and out of that place. Like I've never been in there. I've never been the only one in there.
So I have 2 7-Elevens on my drive to work. Mm-hmm. Both of them, even in the middle of the night, will have multiple people in there at 3 o'clock in the morning buying stuff.
I would think it's a part of a lot of people's daily routine.
During the day, the 7-Eleven around the corner from my house will have a line out the door from like 8 o'clock in the morning until like 9 o'clock at night.
So what put them out of business? That all these other Well, now every gas station is basically like a 7-Eleven.
Some with more than 7-Eleven off.
So that's maybe what's killing them.
I mean, so they bring up a couple of things. They claim that the inflation and people spending less money out is hurting them, which is weird because, like, when I didn't have money, I would go to the gas station to buy stuff.
I also told you
I thought that was more affordable.
The one time I had to buy an emergency tube of Neosporin, it was like $15.
Oh, right. Why did you need an emergency tube?
Because I accidentally put a cigar out in my then semi-girlfriend's face. Accidentally. I wasn't doing some like Rick James crazy stuff.
If you get deeper into the story, there may be a clue as to why they're closing 400 stores. They say they've been hit hard by lower cigarette sales.
Oh. Yeah, because think about it. Like years ago, 2 things you went and got at 7-Eleven. Your hand mags and your smokes.
Bingo.
And hand mags have gone away.
Yep.
And the smoke, that's right.
Industry-wide, consumer cigarette sales continue to decline, and it seems like it's really
that has to kill them.
Wow.
But what's
I didn't
weird,
think about that.
I didn't think they made a lot of money off of cigarettes. I thought gas and cigarettes were to get
But it got you in there, and then you started buying, it was like an impulse buy.
Yeah, that's a good call.
You get soda, everything else.
Sure, you're absolutely right. But even with that, so here's the other thing.
Where am I going to get my 3-day-old hot dog on a roller?
Bro, I watch people line up for those things.
That thing looked like Biden's crank on that thing, just rolling and shriveling.
It's a weird fantasy to have.
Is that a fantasy? I wouldn't put it in I wouldn't eat it.
So you would do the first one?
I'm not eating some Delaware dong.
One of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs, Delaware Dong.
I ain't voting for no Delaware dong.
Remember when Ribs Arkansas went political?
I was shocked one day I was in there. There were like 3 guys waiting for the wings.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I didn't even know they had wings until I went in there, and those guys were like waiting on them to heat it up.
The other thing is they had every flavor of coffee.
Yeah.
And remember they had that line of pots? But like Dunkin' and Starbucks, I mean, all those other places blew up.
But here's the thing, like 7-Eleven and like stores like it, the coffee there is still more affordable. I
It
think the
is.
reason why people buy food there too is it's also probably your least expensive option. Yeah. And like the folks I see in line, they're usually like trade workers, blue collar workers, construction workers, right? So they probably only have a handful of minutes to grab something, eat in the truck, and then go back out and do what they're doing. So look, I know that 400 stores sounds like a lot. Again, 7-Eleven announces that they'll be closing 400 stores in the U.S. by the end of the year. They do have 13,000 nationwide. So,
wait, that's just nationwide?
Yes, 13,000 in the U.S. and Canada. I'm sorry, U.S. and Canada. So 444 stores out of 13,000. I mean, 400 sounds like a lot, but it's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
I wonder if any stores locally are going to close. Because 7-Eleven, didn't they buy out Wilson Farms? Didn't all the Wilson Farms become 7-Elevens?
It does make sense.
Yeah.
Did they expand too much?
Could
What
be.
do you do with an old 7-Eleven?
Oh, I don't know.
Because it was a Wilson Farms, then it became a 7-Eleven. Like, what else can you put in there that isn't a convenience?
It's going to be the same thing. You're right.
Okay, but if you're not
the way it's designed.
But if you're not making money, why would I open up another convenience store in a place that 7-Eleven couldn't make it work?
Yeah, true.
Right?
Yeah, they did acquire Wilson Farms back in 2011.
You know, we've lived through a lot of gas station flips.
Yeah.
Right? Like, remember Hess? Remember when there was a Hess?
I remember the Hess was like the man.
Yeah. Now they're all Fast Track. Did Fast Track buy out Hess? And then all of a sudden, the great Burn Dairy Purge of 2022 started showing up in the greater Rochester area?
Like, Hess had 2 places in town that they would pump your gas.
Like, for you.
Yeah, they had the gas station attendant, one in Webster, one right on Monroe, right out the expressway.
That's so obnoxious.
So nice.
Pump my gas. Pump my gas, sir.
But it's, man,
look in my eyes while you pump
the
my
winter
gas.
time, you got your kids, you pull up, you throw the kid a $2 tip, and you get a full tank.
$2. Thank you, sir. $2.
Well, that's been
now
gas.
I can buy me mom a kidney.
He's a little Cockney guy.
Yeah, he's pumping your gas for you. Sweep a chimney too for you, governor.
with a limp.
Oh boy, we'll have pigeon for Christmas this year. $2. What a
no, hold on. Gas was cheap back then. Gas was a buck.
Yeah, wow, $2. Well, maybe I'll give you a 3, son. You make it work real fast. Do you guys? What's your favorite gas station chain? You don't go inside the gas station.
I just use the mobile right by my house.
Okay, Kimmy, what's your favorite chain if you had to go in?
Locally?
Yeah.
Fast Track's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've stopped there a couple times.
They got the automatic milkshake machine.
Yeah.
But the one in
selection.
Pittsburgh, it's got a full Dunkin' in there.
Oh wow.
It's nice.
Oh, that's really cool. I wish every town had that. Oh wait, they do. Stupid.
A full Dunkin' Donuts?
I mean, I think
I'm
if
not
I had
like Shins. I mean, it's like a full Dunkin' Donut.
Dunkin' Donuts, Paul.
They got all the donuts
Get
and the
outta here.
bagels.
Also have that in Bushnell's Basin. Also have that in Henrietta.
Well,
also
Bushnell's
have that in
Basin
Gates.
has one that has like a
beer
beer
store.
night.
I will say, though, if there was a Burn Dairy closer to me, that would be like my summer stop for sure.
I gotta say, I am very impressed with Burn Dairy.
Yeah, that's another one. It's almost like a grocery store.
It is. Like, first of all, that's where I got my green milk during St. Patrick's Day. That was delicious. But, like, the restaurant inside, it's like borderline, if you drove for a living or went on vacation, it's like borderline Wawa Sheetz kind of gas station. Yeah. And I was just in Pennsylvania doing the whole Sheetz thing.
I tell you, one place I would drive to just because I want to see it is Buc-ee's.
Yeah, right. When we go to Buc-ee's.
That's out of control.
For those who are unfamiliar, Buc-ee's has a couple of locations. It's a gas station the size of a Walmart. We're not making that up.
They have 120 pumps outside, and it's everything bad for you inside.
They're famous for their brisket.
Yeah, so they have hot brisket sandwiches that people line up for.
At a gas station.
Yeah.
I mean,
it looks amazing.
It does feel like we're only like 10 years away from eating any food at a gas station and it being socially acceptable.
But they stepped up. It's now the new town square.
Okay, bro, look at what comes out of most gas station kitchens. Is that stepped up? Because they don't even have kitchens. They're just putting stuff in the microwave.
Yeah, but it's so good.
When's the last time you ate anything from a gas station?
Ate anything from a gas? Oh, when we took our road trip when I went to Florida.
What'd you have?
But not like regular food.
What does that mean?
What is it?
Well, like bags of stuff.
So what did
like
you
Nothing,
get?
I didn't. And nothing prepared.
You did a snack stop.
I got some dried chickpeas and I got some veggie sticks.
Yeah, we got like a bag of nuts, stuff like that.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. I walked into the gas station. I said, "Excuse me, Southern man, looking for some salty nuts."
Southern man, gonna need your nuts.
And he goes, "Come with me. I have a kiosk in the men's room."
That's how you know the economy's good. A lot of kiosk men's room stores opening up.
Yes.
Let's take a break. Your Buffalo Bills got the hell out of Dodge with a much-needed win last night. And look, I made the argument this morning, you throw everything out you saw. Like, that game was so insane and backwards, and everything was so different that I don't know if you can take anything from
So it really doesn't count to what you're looking for.
Maybe. That would be my take. But
You couldn't scout that game.
there's a man who was there.
All right.
And a man who was wearing something you had a problem with.
Well, I think you pointed it out before. I never saw it before.
Oh, so first time you've seen it.
This is a unique look.
We'll talk to our good buddy and fashion connoisseur.
Kinda.
Dan Chesty, hot takes. Please keep it down. Fates from 13 Wham at Buffalo Plus. Next, here on a Postgame Tuesday on CMF.
from the 12. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. Allen squirts away from it. Throws to the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown. Dawson Knox with the 12-yard touchdown reception.
That was amazing.
Yeah, no, he disappears.
Yes.
Yeah.
He reappears. Dawson Knox all of a sudden
Appears out of nowhere.
It's just like, hey, disappear, appear, touchdown. We'll take it. The Bills get a 23-20 dogfight of a win in the Meadowlands last night. They break a 2-game losing streak in New York. Josh Allen, I haven't looked at the stats. I'm going to guess that was the best performance he's ever had against the Jets defense in that stadium.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he was not overwhelming with the numbers, but he was very efficient. The overwhelming man, rookie Ray Davis getting his first start, 153 yards from scrimmage. That is the most yards from scrimmage a rookie has had for any NFL team this season. In his first start.
He's the man.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of the man, again, by the way, I know some of you are here for Where They Whining. Because it is Postgame Tuesday, Dan has ruined that for everybody.
So he canceled it.
Yeah, he can't. Dan Fates canceled it. So if you want Where They Whining, put it in your phone calendar. We are doing it Thursday, 9 o'clock. Thursday, 9 o'clock, Where They Whining here in the break room on CMF. A man who is also the man. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus. Dan Chesty, hot takes. Please keep it down. Fates, what's up, buddy?
Thanks for blaming me already. Good start to this.
That's all right. He's ruined everything. All right, so before we get into a take from this morning, Tommy saw something on you for the first time last night.
I don't know why he says for the first time.
But it's really bothering him, and I think he wants to talk to you about it.
So you had I caught your show last night.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I have many options in the evening, including alcohol.
Many options.
Yeah.
I'm a man of many options.
And I chose you, and you were doing your sideline stuff there. And I noticed you had on a nice, sharp sport coat.
Very handsome.
Nice looking sport coat.
Yeah.
Even had the pocket square,
Wow.
which you hate.
Yeah, I do hate pocket
You call
squares.
me when I wear a douche.
You are a douche when you wear a pocket square, yes. But not Dan. Dan's super
looking
cool.
sharp.
Yeah.
Looking sharp. Kid's haircut, looking like a pro.
Yeah.
But then he's got this hoodie underneath. You look like a fat guy layering. I didn't get the hoodie under the sport coat.
I can't tell if this is a bit, but we've done this before, right?
Yeah, no, this is yes, we have.
know.
Yeah,
Sometimes
Dan,
we have to have the same conversation.
over
So
and over.
you must have pointed it out.
I pointed out he had not seen it yet. I had
Right.
told him that
I
you were
did see
wearing
it.
it. He saw it last night, and now it's bothering him even more.
Yeah, welcome to the show, I guess, Tommy. I appreciate you watching, but yeah, I've only been doing that for about 4.5 years.
You should
Thanks
stop.
for watching this one, though. I appreciate it.
Like when I see Catalana, and he's in a standard Italian suit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. No hoodie will fit under his jacket with his gut. That's not his fault. It's just too thick, you know what I mean?
All right.
A lot of thickness over there on those Catalana thighs. Dan?
Oh, my gosh.
All right, so you had a lot of moving parts in this game last night.
Yeah.
You have the Bills not knowing what to expect with not only a new head coach, but a new play caller. The Jets had to try and do something to keep Aaron Rodgers upright, something they kind of succeeded in doing until like halfway through the second quarter. You have the fact that it was a flag fest, 22 accepted penalties, over 200 yards in total penalty yards. Outside of the performance running back Ray Davis gave, is there anything you can take from that game last night that you can look forward and be like, oh, the Bills are all set now? It felt like too much of a dogfight, Dan.
Yeah, it goes back to when they had the first 3 wins, and we all went, hey, is this sustainable? And you're like, I don't really know. Like, this is still kind of a team that is still trying to figure it out offensively. Now, on the plus side, I think the Bills need to be this bully ball style of team. It's the way they're assembled. They don't have playmakers at wide receiver. They don't have guys that are just going to get open. That opening drive, Duffy, is kind of like I think what their formula to winning is going to be. It's going to be a smash mouth style of football. Like, that was personal. Like, there was intent on that drive and this physicality that I think they want to play with. It's what Sean McDermott always preaches, but Ray Davis was a part of that. The offensive line was. Like, these two teams, like, this is a real rivalry. It's not a rivalry with the Dolphins. They are the little brother to the Bills. Even the Patriots now. It's not a rivalry. These two teams do not like one another. They are open about their hatred for one another. And when the Bills came out and they were the first ones to throw the first punch, it hit the Jets in the face on that drive. I thought it said a lot. And I thought, hey, this is how I think they're going to have to win a lot of their games on the ground, and then Josh making spectacular plays when needed in the passing game.
So, okay, now that you bring up the bully ball and the punch in the mouth, it is funny, right, how much these teams dislike each other, considering that the Bills have only lost 2 games since 2020 to the Jets.
Yeah.
That being said, Dan, normally you don't talk about offensive linemen the day after the game, but because there were so many flags and their names were said so many times, both tackles. Spencer
and
Brown.
after the game.
That too. Yeah. Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins, they're vocal about their hatred of the Jets, right? You saw them a bunch of times yesterday. Kimmy, you have a take that you don't like Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins running their mouths and getting in everybody's face.
I never said that.
Well,
I just said Spencer Brown bothers me.
Why does Spencer Brown bother you?
Because he just always... It's just like, especially last night, I'm not saying it always happens, but like your offense is now kind of getting into a flow. They've had some things help them out, and something happens with Spencer Brown.
Okay.
It's like, bro, get your crap together right now. We need you to just rein it in a little.
Is it necessary for these Bills offensive linemen to get physical and borderline over the line and run their mouths to get the performance you get out of them last night? Because there's a lot of Bills fans, Dan, that were very frustrated with a couple of personal foul penalties.
Yeah. So are you saying that they need to run their mouths to be physical like that?
It seems that kind of puts Deion Dawkins especially, and it seems now Spencer Brown, in a headspace to go out there and just physically dominate their opponent.
Well, Spencer Brown, I feel like, is always unhinged, and I assume is going to throw a punch at some point in the game. So that wasn't super surprising. His personal foul one, you never hear unnecessary roughness on an offensive lineman.
Yeah, that was nuts.
His job is to push people around, and they're like, no, you pushed him too much. I'm not worried that's a penalty. Deion is coming into his own as this leader in this. He's always been this character of the snowman and things like that. They were a little bit too far yesterday, and it was too emotional. And you could have intensity, but I thought at times every single play there was pushing afterwards. Every single play they had to be separated. And you're like, hey, like, love the intensity, guys, but like, can we just play football? Like, hey, like you're hurting yourself in this moment. That's what Sean McDermott said. Like, for as much as Deion has been very open, he said, I hate the Jets on a podcast last year. He said that they are wannabe. They play football because they want to try and be cool, and they're just a bunch of dudes that want to post pictures on Instagram. That's what Deion has said. Like,
hit him where it hurts.
Talk about taking the rivalry up another level. But you still also, like, that's great, but you can't get so into the trash talking of it that it takes away from your performance. So there is that fine line, like, Duffy. So I don't know if it's always I want them to be on the verge of punching each other in the face. But Spencer Brown, it was the pre-snap penalties, it was false starts. Those kind of things really hurt more than the, trash talking.
I mean, I got to admit, and Tommy, I think you can back me up on this. That? Again, Dan Fates from 13 Wham Buffalo Plus hanging out with us at the game last night, wearing his really sharp blazer with a pocket square and a hoodie underneath it because he was going to get a lift in after he took the jacket off.
He's a sharp-looking boy.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot how much I like, Tommy, those like old school, legitimate hatred, physical football.
Yeah. Back in the old days.
But when they start calling the game the way they're calling it, you got to adjust.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but I would be lying. I like to think of myself as a softer gentleman than I used to be, Tommy. Right? Dan, you had girls. You know how that goes. But I forgot how much I liked Carwell Gardner, Brian Cox, right? Like those kind of old 90s, just ass kicking. I don't want to beat you. I want to like embarrass you kind of stuff.
Yeah, Ryan Cox was like the king of that.
Yeah.
I mean, we put up those billboards in Miami with him on it.
Well, we did. You were just there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I like to think I was part of the team. I was the Dan Face of CMF.
Duffy, to your point, there was like real hatred and they were like real villains.
Yeah.
It was like, this guy I don't like. And that is what Deion is doing with the Jets. Like, he walks off the field and Jets fans are just flipping him off and saying, I hate you. And he's like, and Deion's just kind of nodding and smiling after a touchdown drive. How about Josh Allen? Like, yeah, he was voted the #1 trash-talking quarterback in the league. But on a touchdown pass to Dawson Knox, like, Josh is usually really nice and subtle about his trash talk. When he was in Miami, he did the I don't know who you are, let me look at your back of your name kind of thing. he was just running his mouth into a Jets linebacker last night and was smiling, and it was just that really good rivalry where you're like, this isn't fake. Like, it isn't like the media's making this like, hey, guess what? There's no love lost between these two teams. So they don't like each other. It's like, I'm surprised there weren't more punches thrown last night.
So let me ask you. So the last game of the season is the Jets?
Yeah, they will be at home in Orchard Park, yes.
Do you think they would flex that, given the rivalry and the hatred for each other?
Depends
that they
on
would.
where the Jets
Jets
are
aren't
at
going to
that
be
point.
good enough. I mean, Dan, like,
let's say like the Bills need the game
Okay.
to win.
Yeah.
And the Jets could ruin their party. That'd be a hell of a game to watch.
Dan, thoughts on that?
It's not a bad point because
I got worse
usually
ones.
they want that last game to have both teams mean something. Like last year with the Miami game where it's like you win and you're in and the division's on the line. So
All right.
I think the Jets would have to be borderline a playoff team for that to happen.
All right, so that's not going to happen. Dan Fates from 13-Win Buffalo Plus hanging out with us. And I want to talk about that. And, look, I know that we're a Bills talking show, but this Jets team is just so fascinating because they went all in on Aaron Rodgers. It is blown up in their face. Their head coach is fired. I mean, the looks on Aaron Rodgers' face, we were talking about him this morning all night long. Like, Dan, even when the Jets were playing well, the man did not smile. The only smile he had was on that, fourth Hail Mary touchdown he had. This is it for Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, it's possible if he survives this season the way he's getting beaten that his last ever NFL game is in Orchard Park, that last game of the season.
Yeah, the faces, the smugness, the arrogance, things like that. And
You're saying that coming from Channel 13.
I know. I'm saying that coming from a guy who was wearing a hoodie and a sport coat yesterday.
Don't forget the pocket square.
Exactly. That made me look like a douche. Like, this was classic.
No,
So
I said
I know what I'm
normally
looking for.
douches. I said you pulled it off great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're one of the good
ones.
ones.
Aaron Rodgers has just got that. Again, he still can make all the throws. Like, he can't move, and for the longest time, the Bills couldn't get after him. Like, and the Jets' offensive line was not great. He's getting coaches fired. It's a circus, and I think, I always think like, was Robert Saleh the guy that was wearing down this team, and that the team was fed up with Robert Saleh, all those things? And I never thought that was the case. I really thought it was much more of like, I think this team's exhausted by the media circus and all of the other off-the-field things that come with Aaron Rodgers. And he can do Pat McAfee shows, and he can do his media appearances and all that stuff, and he doesn't have to play football for a crappy franchise like the Jets. So I don't see him going on much longer. I think he wants to do more. I would imagine he wants to do more things, and he just feels over this.
Alien hunting.
Yeah, I could see him having like a weird show like that.
You mean when he talks into any microphone?
No, he's going to have a conspiracy show on Netflix.
Yes, like where he goes looking for Bigfoot.
But here's the thing: like, he does really weird stuff with football distracting him.
Oh yeah, imagine taking that away.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the rabbit hole he's gonna go down is like, I don't want to.
A literal rabbit hole.
He's living in a rabbit hole.
But he's one of those guys that looks like he thinks he's better than anybody else.
Yes.
In front of him.
He considered running for vice president.
Yes.
Yep.
And he also thinks he's the smartest guy in any room he walks into.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I love how you said that, Tommy, out loud. As you smugly look off in the distance like a giant.
If I only had a pocket square.
If I only
had a pocket square.
Dan Fates with 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus joining us here. All right, Dan, before I let you go, the big question over the last couple of weeks, especially the two-game skid, is where is the offensive weapon for this Bills team going to come from? And there was talk about trading for Devontae Adams, another receiver, blah, blah, blah. The Bills found another offensive weapon yesterday in rookie Ray Davis. 153 yards from scrimmage, almost breaks 100 yards in his first ever start. That 153 yards, Tommy, is the most yards from scrimmage a rookie has had in a game in the NFL this season. The problem,
what's that?
If there is a problem here, James Cook, Dan, you can also argue, is one of the best dual threat backs in the NFL. How, with these two dynamite athletes playing the same position, do you get them on the field at the same time?
Yeah, you're going to have to find formations, plays that present them as both options. And we always talk about, the Bills, you got to have two tight ends. Maybe we're going to have two running backs on the field at the same time.
Haven't other teams done that, though?
Yeah, in like the 30s.
No, I thought Cleveland had it back in the day.
The 30s?
They had The 30s. Of
Mary
the
Motley.
No, it was like Biner and Mack. They were like
Yeah.
they were like two awesome running backs, and they almost got to the
Well,
Super
there's
Bowl.
always this thought, Tommy, of having these guys like Thunder and Lightning and
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Then we're not even talking about football.
No, that was the Miami Dolphins.
Look at you get so mad. I actually know something for once.
Hey, that's
Listen
when
to
football
me.
was football, buddy.
Dan, I'm sorry I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah,
No, but it goes to that thing of like, hey, if one guy is, they be complimentary of one another. It still doesn't solve, no matter how impressive Ray Davis was yesterday, and I thought he was. I kind of compared it to, he looks like if Khalil Shakir was a running back. Like he was just so difficult to bring down, low center of gravity, stays on his feet, all those kind of things. But it doesn't solve their issue of they don't have a fluid, easy passing game. Like there's no play that Josh takes the snap, drops back 3 steps, throws it to an 8-yard slant for a guy and he takes it for 15 yards. There's no, hey, let's do this 5-step drop. There's no tempo. There's no rhythm with the passing game. So for as well as I think Ray Davis played and can be a factor on this offense, they still are honestly like they're a Garrett Wilson away from being a dynamic offense, a guy that is just able to win at the line of scrimmage and just get open.
All right.
Because the best pass plays, Duffy, are off script. The best pass plays are when the play breaks down, Josh rolls around for 8 seconds, and then throws it to Ray Davis or throws it to Shakir. Like, those are the best plays they've had offensively through the air because nothing is on script and easy.
All right, so that being said, like I don't see the Bills trading for Devontae Adams right now. Maybe there's a receiver, but I don't think he's going to have the impact you need to have. So the other option now with potentially this offensive weapon that stumbles upon us last night, can you win in the NFL in 2024 the way the Bills did with Thurman Thomas and Kenneth Davis during the Super Bowl years, the way that they had a great rushing attack with Marshawn Lynch and Fred Jackson? Can you do that with James Cook and Ray Davis for the rest of this season?
I think you have to try.
That's not great, Dan. That's not a great start.
But then you waste Josh's arm.
I guess is what he's saying.
No, but that's my point, is that, like, this team isn't built to have, like, Josh Allen, all these weapons. And I agree with you, Pat. Like, I don't think all of a sudden they're going to get another weapon for him. So to be the team that makes the playoff, makes a deep run, that has this effective offense, I think it's going to be on the ground. Like, so it may be 16 carries for Cook and 13 for Ray Davis. Like, and that's crazy to me to think because you have Josh freaking Allen, and it's like, yeah, but he's throwing it to Tommy and me and, like, Catalana. Like,
well, they call Tommy the Khalil Shakir of the break room.
Oh, my gosh. That's sad.
His low center of gravity,
Yeah. So that's where I went back to that opening drive of, like, there's intent. We want to be physical. We want to play bully ball. We want to do smash mouth football, like all those things. And that's weird because, like, well, you know, that's old school football, but, like, that's kind of how the way the Bills are built. Like, there's not talent in the passing game, but their offensive line is pretty damn good. They got a couple of running backs, like, and then you're going to ask Josh Allen to be special and make plays with a cape on 4 to 5 times a day, like he did with the throw to Davis or him scrambling there at the end. Like, I think that's how you're going to need to win games.
I mean, but you have to admit, Dan, knowing Sean McDermott and how old school he is, like, he gets sexually aroused winning games 100%. Like he did yesterday.
At 1,000%.
Like, you cannot wear sweatpants on the sideline.
Sean's getting damp.
Damn Sean.
Complimentary football. You know, he's just grinning from ear to ear of, like, look at us. Look at us smash mouth. Control the line of scrimmage. This is awesome.
Dan Fates for 13-win Buffalo Plus. All right, so Dan, if I wanted to follow you on social media, where could I get you there?
At Dan Fates on X.
You know he's cool because he calls it X. He's done with Twitter, man. I wear hoodies underneath.
I don't know. I never know what to say now. It's like
okay. I still call it Twitter, but it's because I'm like hipster social media guy. I was there before everyone else was.
I'm not caving in.
Yeah, man. And if I want to get you, do you do? I'm sorry. What was the other social media I can find you on?
YouTube. If you wanted extra Bills content, is that something that you'd be interested in?
Well, no, look, here's the thing. I already been saying, like, you're on Buffalo Plus because, like, that's, like, your big thing. Like, you guys are doing great with it. For somehow you've become, like, one of the biggest Bills-centric channels on the internet. I don't understand how it happened, right? It is nuts. Yeah. But, like, now I can't do the whole, like, oh, by the way, also Buffalo Plus because, like, Dan Fates, if you want to see him with pocket square, you got to put on Buffalo Plus on the YouTube channel. Dan, always a pleasure, buddy. And by the way, you were very quiet and reserved today, and I'm sure everyone around you appreciated it.
I just was waiting to get like a knock on my hotel room door to be like, "Sir, you're screaming." Sir, we got a call from the front desk. You need to keep it down. But yeah.
Hey, Dan.
Another successful call.
All right, well, Dan, and everything, you guys did a follow-up last night, I'm assuming, after the game, so we can find all that on Buffalo Plus?
Yeah, I was up. We got, I don't know, back at, I think my hotel room till like 3:30. So, yeah, we recapped the game, 10 things we talked about. It's wherever you listen to your podcast, as well as the Buffalo Plus YouTube channel if you want to sit down and watch on YouTube.
So if you want to watch Mike
It's at a
Kettle,
late night.
if you want to watch Mike Kettle and Dan Fates in a hotel room together,
I was
check
trying
out.
to make some comments. Like, I was trying to think of something witty to be like, if you want to watch our ugly mugs, I guess you can do that on
Well,
YouTube.
watch out, Dan. Careful. There's the FCC we got to worry
Hey,
about.
Hey, you use that one on your podcast. Say my name.
Dan, always a pleasure, buddy. Really appreciate the time.
Yeah, take care, guys.
All right, there goes Dan Fates from 13 Way on Buffalo
He's like,
Plus.
shut up.
Why does this kid agree?
Going back to bed.
I don't know. Maybe because the sex tape he's got with Ketelon ain't paying him well enough. You got to ask yourself how bad you want to work here. This is a necessary job.
Oh,
Democracy does not work without it.
gotta have it.
And there are some very valuable people in our community that are getting ready for this day,
Yeah.
exactly 3 weeks from now.
All right.
Should this be something everybody is made to do?
Oh, like rotate people through?
Well, look, there are people that are kind of being scared to take this job. And it's not a job that's like glamorous and it can get
No.
boring, right? But if you don't,
That's not the
have
worst
it-
idea.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a necessary thing for a democracy to work.
Okay.
Yet you kind of would understand with everything going on why no one would want any part of this job.
Okay.
The folks that do it, they're angels, man. They're like literal saints. So is it time that we start having to jury duty this thing?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF story on News 8 yesterday. With the election exactly 3 weeks away, they started talking about poll workers. You know, when you go to vote, the folks that are sitting behind the little desk, helping you fill out the little papers, right?
Guide you through it.
You got it, absolutely. And how there are a lot of responsibilities that go to it. For example, you have to get there at 5 a.m. for the polls to open at 6. You have to make sure you are where you need to be. You got to count ballots, check if there are enough, keeping track, and they have to check on the machines to make sure they're up and running.
And you got to hand out that sticker.
Yes, which, I mean, the only reason you go vote is for the sticker.
Yeah.
Did you vote if you did not put your sticker on social media? And the answer is no. The problem is,
what's that?
As the older generation, because it's a lot of old folks.
It's senior citizens.
Right, are starting to age out of being able to do it. The younger generation, it seems, is not as motivated to do the same job.
Yeah, y'all got to step up.
Now, it doesn't say that there's a shortage as of now.
But it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, it will eventually. Right? Well, y'all, you say y'all got to step up.
Y'all got to step up.
Have you ever done this?
My generation stood up.
Have you ever as Tommy Muley, the person, ever been a poll worker?
No.
But your mom has, working that poll hard, specifically my poll. You were saying, I'm sorry. She voted for pleasure. Give it up for Edie.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, because you have to be pleasant.
This seems like, though, something you're going to get roped into.
Yeah, but I'm not a.
Like, I feel like this is something like your wife would want to do.
Yes,
and
but she's nice.
Yeah.
My wife would be great at this. I couldn't do it, man. I could not be there all day being. I can't imagine going from 5 o'clock in the morning to whenever the polls close and being pleasant.
Do you have to work all day? There's not shifts.
That's probably shifts, I would guess.
Right? Hanging it off?
Like, how long do you go? 8 hours?
It actually doesn't say in the story. That probably would have been really good information.
I bet you got to do it 8.
But here's the thing, man. It is volunteer too, right? Are you getting paid for this?
No, it's volunteer.
Are you sure?
I don't think they get paid.
Okay,
No, I think it's all
asking.
volunteer.
I mean, it would make sense you were a volunteer.
I could do sticker.
You believe in democracy.
Yeah.
You vote in every election. You love this country.
That's right.
You are the stereotypical guy who would be like, yeah, I think I should do this.
I don't think they would keep me.
I don't think you can get fired as a poll worker unless you're stuffing
I
ballots
might be
in
the
your
first.
pocket. Kimmy, has doing this ever crossed your mind?
No, just because I guess I usually whenever I go to vote, it is usually an older set that's that does it post retirement stuff like that. So I guess personally at this point in my life, I never thought to do it.
Old Granny Kimmy.
Well, that's what makes it tough, right? The reason I always thought you saw older people is because they were retired.
Yeah,
they had
more time to do it.
But we also have to keep in mind as we get further on here, retirement, if it's even possible, is getting older and older and older. So you're getting fewer people that would have the kind of schedule to do it. I mean, are we at a point now where you might have to take a jury duty approach to this?
It wouldn't be the worst thing to make people do it. To be part of the process.
It'd be really, really good if college students that need credit for volunteering and things like that, because there are a lot of programs you can be enrolled in college that would require that. I think that would be a good experience just to have as a person.
I love how Kimmy's trying to find anybody that's not her to do this job.
No, but I'm saying if they need to do, if they need those hours already and they're looking for something different to do, I don't think it would be a bad thing.
No, I can't
give something back to your country, man.
Sure. I can't see any problem with a bunch of 18 to 22-year-olds running a poll and where no one would walk in and be like, "What the hell is this?"
But there are those good kids that really like to do this stuff.
Not
the punk ass.
I don't think it's a bad idea. But here's the problem, right? Whether it's forcing kids to do it or doing it jury duty
mandatory.
Style. Yeah, man. Look, man, we all know how we treat jury duty, right?
But it is mandatory.
You don't want to be there, but you do everything you can to get out of it, right? Someone who does this job has to have a lot of integrity, right? They have to put aside their own political beliefs for the sake of democracy, right? And if someone isn't passionate about doing it, I mean, that could lead to a whole bunch of potential problems, right? You can't half-ass an election.
True.
So, what's the solution then?
I think I like your idea of a jury duty system where everybody participates.
Did you not just hear the problem I presented?
I don't think that's a problem. I don't see that as a problem. It works for juries. We still get juries.
Yeah, but
we still get people to do it.
But then we also have cases where juries get things wrong.
Yeah, but that's a judgment call.
Okay.
This is just basically doing the mechanics
Doing a
of an
task.
election.
Okay.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Tommy just insisted that they are all volunteers. You do not get paid for being an election worker, right? It does not happen.
No.
No. Dave's on
Impossible.
CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Not in this country.
Good. Yeah, the poll workers do get paid, and it's an all-day thing.
So they're employees?
They're employees. Not only that, so you work for the government, then they tax you on it.
Oh, here we go. Damn Texas bunch of clowns and Albany. What a bunch of clowns. So, Dave, how do you...
And my wife did it last year, and on top of that, the integrity they make, if you're a registered Republican, they make you sit next to a registered Democrat to keep the equity at the table.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, Dave,
And then
let
you
me
have to make out.
Dave, let me ask you a question, right? Like, depending on your political party, did your wife have any friction with anybody, or was it a pleasant experience with her?
No, she said it was a great experience, and she took the test. You have to take a test for it to do it again this year, and they already said they had enough, and she got turned down for too many. They said you're on a waiting list.
Oh, that's good. Okay,
So-
well, that's good for, but not for your wife.
Gee, I hope I get a call.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
look, there is something romantic, and I don't know if you feel this way, Dave, right? Like, when I walk into those polling stations.
You're part of the system, man.
Well, no, you make it sound part of the system.
Part of the system.
Man.
No, like, you see everybody that looks all kinds
Right.
of different ways, young, old,
Yes.
working together to make this work. Like, I mean,
That's
I'm
what
not-
America's all about.
I know it sounds sappy, but it does make me feel proud to
I
be
get
an American.
teary-eyed.
Shut up.
No, because the line's so long.
Yeah, she really enjoyed it.
Okay, well, Dave, thanks for the heads up, buddy. I really appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, take care.
Sounds like he's
I will
out.
say.
Yeah,
we
she
should've asked him
really
that.
enjoyed it. Yeah, it gets her out of the house for a couple hours.
We also could have asked him what she got paid. We are so
Yeah.
stupid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotta be men.
Men.
Yeah, it's gotta be
Are we
men.
not using the
It's
word
gotta be
minimum anymore?
men.
Are we running out of time?
No, that's what the kids say now in the Outer Banks.
I don't know. what's
Taught you
happening.
Outer Banks.
It's on Netflix.
It is a show.
Are you? I know it
I'm
is
really
because my
pulling for
daughters
this.
I know.
watch
I
it.
thought
I'm
it was
really
like a
pulling for those
teenage show.
kids.
Are you watching a teen drama?
No, not at all.
Because we know you watched
Men.
Saved by the Bell when you were on the road. You
Yeah,
creep
it
ass
was a good
bitch.
show. It was a good show.
You were saying, Kirby, I'm sorry.
I would be all for a jury duty style system. If I got picked to volunteer for something like this, that would mean it got me out of jury duty for a long
Ooh,
time.
what would you rather do? Day at election
I'd rather
or day
do
at jury
day
duty?
volunteering election because that has an end date and time. I'm not going to be strung along
Yeah, good
for
call.
weeks potentially.
That's a good call. But then everybody would pick that. No one would want to do jury duty.
Right. And I would take
True.
jury duty because I never get picked, and I'm out of there before noon.
All right, well, listen, I mean, like Dave said, it sounded like where she applied, they had enough people. But,
Yeah.
maybe not this year, but 2
They
years from
could
now.
start catching up with us.
Yeah,
man.
4 years from now, just maybe something to think
Come
about.
on, you got to participate.
Participate. I mean, voting.
Step up.
Voting to participate in democracy is great.
Right.
But you need people to participate in democracy so other people can participate. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. Give me a Rabberoo.
Audio Tuesday Rabberoo.
For a Tuesday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to get our hate on.
That's right. Good catch.
I'm a little off with the Monday Night Football.
It's okay. It happens. Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you, as we do every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. We told you a story a couple weeks ago about how there is a politician here in our town, statewide, that is looking to make fully autonomous self-driving vehicles legal. And you are super thrilled about this.
Cool Cooney.
Your enthusiasm has touched a nerve with one gentleman.
Oh.
Because he points out in his letter that there's technology that fails people all the time, and that's technology that has a human to back it up in case it fails. And all of this man's points, as angry as he is at you for having an opinion, can be boiled down into one question.
What's that?
How willing are you to trust technology with your life?
With my drunk ass?
No, your life.
It's usually drunk.
We'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way
All right.
for Kimmy,
Yep.
who is starting to form an anti-Spencer Brown bias here in the break room on CMF.
Prove me wrong, Spencer. Prove me wrong.
For Tommy Muley, who wanted a show last night, got a show, and still only got 1 out of 5 picks
But
right.
at least I broke the streak.
You did. You're 1 for your last 15. I'm very proud of you. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.